Yeah, let's dive on into Ghost of Tsushima Day 2, shall we? Tsushima Island is the first step. Nice, nice, nice. I remember where we are now. Yep, I remember this area. Doing well. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Always a nice thing.
我が家を追い出された挙句の果てに猛虎に住み着かれてしまいました。
これまでいくつもの家が奪われ焼かれてきたのを見た。
この近くにある家も襲われました。家の主はこの地を離れようとはせず助けを求め続けています。
そやつを探してみる。
Okay, interesting.
対馬をお守りください。
Poor people.
お目にかかれるなんて。
I love how these, you know, NPCs react to you when you kind of walk around there, you know? Okay. So, let's take a look at our map. Where do we want to go now? Let's see here. We've done that. We've done that. These are our major quest lines. Blood on the Grass or the Broken Blacksmith. Okay. Alright. What is this one right here? The people of Ariake are losing their homes to the Mongols. I need to look into this. Okay. And what's this right here? Carved Mountain Hot Spring. Doesn't seem like a bad idea if we can increase our HP, you know? Rest. Ooh, what are we reflecting on? Freedom with Shimura or the Yarikawa Rebellion? Ooh. Let's check out the rebellion. I'm very curious about this rebellion.
槍川の乱の後、叔父上と父上は湯を見つけたと聞いたが、もしやこれか?
Interesting. So both his father and his uncle, they kind of fought together, and they stopped a rebellion. That's pretty damn cool. All right, let's see here. Komatsu Forge. Interesting. Place to call home. I could check this out since it's on the way. It's not a bad idea. Alright. Where is my boy Kage at? No. I need to go down, not up. There we go. Thankfully, they have these, like, steps here. Nicely done. Okay. Kage, my boy, let's go. There you are, buddy. Alright, which way are we going? Going that way, it seems? Unless I'm backwards. I might be backwards. No, no, I'm facing the right way. What's up, buddy?
慌てるな。何があった？
家に押し入られて女房と息子がまだいるんです。
家族を置いてきたのか？
戦えるわけない。武士に見えますか？
よし、助けてこよう。
What a coward. Okay, here we go, chat. Standoff time. Nice. Ooh. That's not good. Oh wow, the fire does hurt. Okay. I see you, Archer. There we go. All right. Took care of the archers. Ooh. Okay. Wow. This guy is tanky. Hey, give me my kunai back.
あやつの妻子がおるはずだが。
Oh wow. The audio cut out there for a quick second, chat. That's very interesting.
まるで気配がない。外も見るか。
Please tell me they didn't die.
干し物が濡れておる。隙を突かれたな。
Search for signs of the family. Nope, nothing here.
血まみれだ。誰か殺されたな。ムクロは引きずられ川に捨てられたか。
Uh-oh. This is not looking good.
子供のもの。妻子ともに死んだようだ。伝えてやらねば。
Big yikes. Big fat yikes.
お侍どうでした？
どちらも死んでおった。無念だ。
助けるとおっしゃった。俺も死ぬべきだ。家族を見捨てたんだ。
己を責めるな。
Yeah, it kind of is.
二人の死を無意にするな。お主も猛虎に抗い人を救ってやれ。
努めます。
Charm of well-being, utility charm. Very nice. Okay, okay. Yeah, like my personal opinion, chat, if I were in this type of scenario, right? Let's say that hypothetically I am someone who does not know how to fight. I'm not a very strong person, right? If I were to run, you know, if I were to try and escape from the attackers, personally speaking, what I would do is I would what's it called? I would 100,000,000% be taking my family with me, right? I would be like, yo, wife, child, let's go. Let's escape from the Mongols together. Because yeah, there's no way that I'm gonna be like, okay, I'm running away, and my wife and child can, you know, basically they can deal with the situation themselves, and they can perish if they are not able to survive, right? Like that's never ever a thought that would cross my mind.
どなたかお助けを。
Who's this guy?
ムクロだ。誰が殺した？
恐ろしい侍です。奴は重則の試練一戦について教えろとわめいていました。答えを得られぬと知るや怒りに任せ切りつけたのです。
答えとは何だ？
見当もつきません。
語りを聞かせろ。狙いを見定める。
You are about to start a new tale. Are you sure you want to proceed? Progress on your current tale will be saved. Save for later. Maybe we do this one later, chat. Maybe. That seems like an important side story that we don't want to start just yet. So we need to go that way, it seems. This is barricaded, huh? Oh shit, what's going on, Press? How's it going, homie? Workout time? Appreciate that redemption, my dude. Let's go ahead and get a little bit of a workout going here. Oh boy, okay. Let me grab the weight, and hopefully I don't get it tangled too much with these earbuds. Oof. I should probably stretch, but we'll do this. Alright. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, there we go. 5, and then other arm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, there we go. Nicely done. 5 and 5, baby. Woo. Ideally, you would want to stretch before doing any exercises, but I'm feeling pretty good. I'm not feeling too bad. That's not proper form. You gotta start over. Nah, fuck right off, Press. You can keep redeeming that workout if you want to in the future, but I'm not redoing it unless you do more redemptions. Did I get new earbuds? Great question, Press. So the I did reach out to customer support for Sennheiser, right? The company that made these. They told me that I should be able to basically have my earbuds replaced. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, what I need to do is I need to, I guess, mail in these broken earbuds, and then they will send me a replacement for them. But in order to do that, I need to like fill out a warranty request, right? Like a broken earbuds warranty request, and I need to go through some sort of like a process to be able to get the new earbuds. So I haven't yet done that, and I think one of the big reasons why is because, you know, as of right now, like these earbuds are kind of the only good audio device. Yeah, it's like the only good audio device that I have for streaming. You know, I do have I have headphones that are good quality, but as I mentioned in the past, wearing headphones while streaming, not really ideal for me. Not really something that I love, that I'm comfortable with. So if I don't have these earbuds with me right now, then I don't really have a good listening device that I can use for my streaming purposes. So I might, what I'll probably end up doing is I'll find, you know, a way to get the replacement earbuds in between, like during the week, in between my streams, where it's like, you know, Sunday I do a live stream, and then Monday through Thursday I don't stream, and then I come back on Friday, you know, each week. So I need to find a way so that I can replace the earbuds during that Monday through Thursday period where I'm not streaming. But yeah, I have not yet dealt with it. I've been kind of just coping with these earbuds for the time being. So yeah. But appreciate you stopping by, Press. Hope you're doing well out there, man. And I am a little bit disappointed in you that you didn't go to TwitchCon, but you know, I know that your obsession with you know, Korean idols and other musicians is so much stronger, and your love for other strange hobbies, other niche hobbies out there is too strong compared to enjoying a fun time in San Diego. But yeah. Anyways, let's continue with the game chat. I didn't go either. Yeah. Like, why would I go to TwitchCon? Like, I have no what's it called? No, like, reason to go. No motivation, no justification, you know? Like, when I went to TwitchCon in 2023, I did it because I got to visit a lovely, amazing friend of mine who lives in Nevada. And I also went because I got to meet some of the creators that I watch and shake their hand, get a photo, and maybe get an autograph with them. It was awesome. But, now that TwitchCon has moved to San Diego, I have no real reason to go there. Like, there's nothing in San Diego for me. So it's like, no need. You stream what the fuck? I mean, you should be streaming as well. You streamed, what, like, yesterday and the day before? 2 days in a row? And you're a Twitch partner. So why didn't you go? You have even less of an excuse, Press. I'm calling you out, buddy. You should be going to all these events, but I don't know, man. It seems like that badge next to your name is it's going to waste. You're not taking advantage of it, man. You gotta listen. If you have a fancy badge, you gotta do something with it, right? Gotta find a use for it in some capacity. All right, let's see here.
よし影
Let's do this, Kage.
Here, you! Solari check! Yeah!
Who are these guys? I don't know who they are. I literally just ran into them. Wait, can I? Okay. That is one thing that I'm not really too fond of in this game. Like, I think I've just gotten so used to it because, in other games that I play, right, it's a possibility. It's something that is doable. The thing that I've never really been a big fan of is, essentially, in this game, pressing the B button when you, like, roll, it does not allow you to kind of roll and jump down cliff edges. You have to press the, like, A button to be able to jump off, and then you can, like, roll. What's going on, Quinn? Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. What badge am I talking about? I'm talking about that fucking Twitch partner badge, you clown. That's right, I'm calling you out, Press. I see that. I see that badge. Wow. There we go. That archer is a problem, chat. That archer is a major problem. that archer standing? I can't even see him.
Hirja Korpen! Javskak!
Oh boy. I got caught by that. That was bad. Nicely done. Bye bye. I do need to find the archer though. I have no idea where he is. My badge is just a Pokemon. Oh my god, you scammer. I know exactly what you did, Press. I know exactly what you did. Stretch time? Alright, stretch time it is. Also, how dare you redeem stretch time before or after workout time? That's cruel, Press. If you know anything about working out, you should know that there is a proper order to both of them. Yeah, for anyone out there who is unaware of how Twitch chat works, which I feel like everyone on Twitch, like you guys should be familiar with this by now since the platform has been around for so long. But just in case, right, you're not familiar, Twitch partners have the ability to hide their badge and make it so that people are not able to see that they're a Twitch partner in chat. And you have to like basically click on their profile and you have to go to their channel to see that they're a Twitch partner, which is very, very funny that they can do that. But yeah, it's a very, very sneaky method that Press is utilizing to pretend that he's not a big streamer, even though he really is in reality. By the way, Press, how is Legends ZA? Is that the name of the game? I think it's the name of the game. How's Pokemon? I've heard some interesting comments about the game so far. I hope it's been somewhat enjoyable though.
Tindman! How enter?
Oh, this guy has a horn. Wow, that did not hit him? That shield slam is so annoying. Nice. Okay, so one guy down. Where are the other guys? There should be more of them, I think. 3 guys. Okay.
칭하로.
Okay. Nice. I think I took care of the archers. I don't think that there should be any more.
Lekbo chichi portan tornegozi. Zipsige birkt bitchadna.
Ooh, okay, I can't block that one, can I? Nice. Okay, good kill, good kill.
Ternigalli.
This guy has a big shield. I gotta be extremely careful with him. Yeah, I remember that move. Okay. Okay. Ooh, let's fucking go, baby. Nicely done. I will gladly take that kill. Okay, what is this flower? I'll take that. Any free supplies for me? Singing crickets. Don't know what in the world singing crickets are for, but I'll take it. Quinn said she also wants to play E33. Pretty fair. E33 is, like, you know, in terms of its story, in terms of its music, it is top tier. Right? There's nothing I can complain about at all. It's a really good game. So I think that if you have the ability to play it, do it. Only heard amazing things about it. Yeah. Yep. That's why it is such a beloved title. Okay. So right now, I'm at Komatsu Forge, or maybe I'm nearby Komatsu Forge. Yeah, this might be like the entrance to the forge. I don't see any enemies nearby. Iron, okay, okay. Very interesting. Exploring around this place, trying to figure out what to do in this area. Interesting, interesting. Seems there's a water wheel up there. I actually don't know if I can get up on the roof there. Any enemies around? Doesn't seem like it. Seems like a pretty barren place. What the fuck are these? Those are amazing emotes. What do you mean? Those are peak. absolutely incredible Twitch emotes. The first two, if I'm not mistaken, I need to triple check it again. Let me see. Yeah. So, the first two emotes, there is a streamer that I absolutely, think is a very, very awesome dude, very chill guy. He's a gacha streamer, or I should say that he is a retired gacha streamer. He no longer really plays a lot of gacha games. I think so the last time that I kind of heard about him streaming, because I don't really follow him anymore, not because I dislike him, it's just because the games that he plays are not really my, cup of tea. I heard that, like, he got back into playing MapleStory, and I think recently he started playing a little bit of, what is it called? The Blue Protocol Star Resonance, which is, I believe, a brand new anime kind of gacha MMO game, if I'm not mistaken. So he was like trying that out a little bit. But yeah, no, basically, so this guy, really, really cool, really chill. He used to be one of the more popular, famous gacha streamers who played Genshin Impact and Honkai Star Rail and all that stuff. His name is OK Code on Twitch. Um, there was this meme, and Press, since you've played Genshin, you may be familiar with this meme, maybe not. I'm not sure how in tune you were with the community of Genshin, but I know that within Code's community, there was this meme where the character of Diona in Genshin Impact, right? Instead of calling her Diona, Code would call her Diano, right? Basically, kind of like, switching the letters around and calling her Diano. So they started making like a lot of memes, a lot of emotes about Diano, the Genshin character. So I believe those two emotes that you put above, where it was like, yeah, two of them were Diano emotes, and then I think one of them was just a tiny little kitten. The first two are because of Code, and they created these adorable little Diano kind of yeah, evil Diano Twitch emotes. And so back whenever I followed Code and I watched his streams, I enjoyed getting to see some of the creative stuff that him and his community came up with. And then yeah, the third emote, the kitty one, that one I think is like a very common, widespread Twitch 7TV emote. I've seen it in all sorts of different Twitch channels that I follow. But yeah. I love that stare emote, Quinn. That's a very good stare emote. I like it. And then of course Press with the Amogus, the sussy baka. Yeah, I see that. I see that. Classic Press. Classic Press. Always enjoys the the degen gooner stuff, even though he will on the surface deny that he enjoys it. Deep down I know that it's a part of him. He knows all about it. All right, let's continue what we were doing here, because I honestly have no idea what the fuck I'm doing here. I kind of want to, like, what I'm trying to do, chat, is I'm trying to see if there's a way that I can get this place as, like, a fast travel point, but I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing here. I feel like I'm just supposed to be investigating stuff and, maybe trying to see if there's a quest or something that I can begin. But yeah, I really, truly have no idea what I'm meant to do here. I can go inside the building. The question is whether or not that will help. Am I familiar with a streamer named Minsleaf? Yes, I am. I am familiar with her. I know that Minsleaf is someone who kind of attempts to, I guess, one way to describe it is like attempts to interpret the Genshin lore, Genshin story. Unfortunately, she is not the only creator that does that. There's actually a bunch of other lore Genshin creators that are much more popular, much more famous than her. But Minsleaf is one of them. I do know that. I don't watch that type of stuff, you know. Like, I'm aware of Genshin lore content, especially on YouTube, but, you know, it never really has interested me, right? Like, I think mainly what I tend to do with Genshin is if I have a question about the Genshin lore, if I'm curious about learning about something, then I will look it up and specifically search for it on YouTube. But I don't like follow these channels, and I don't watch every single lore video that they come up with, right? It's not really something that I care about very deeply, because I think for the most part, like, I'm not saying that these lore channels should not exist, because they should, and I think it's an amazing thing that they do exist, but I feel like, in my personal opinion, the lore of Genshin is not really that complex. It's not really that confusing to where I need someone to explain it to me. So I don't really, you know, seek out lore content. It's nice that it's out there, but yeah, I don't really need it. And then, you know, if you kind of ask about the idea where it's like, oh, well, maybe you don't follow them on YouTube, but maybe you follow them on Twitch or something like that. Nah. I'm not the type of person where it's like, oh, you do lore stuff on YouTube, let me follow your Twitch and watch you play games live or whatever. It's like, nah, if you're a lore YouTuber, do that, right? Stick to YouTube lore and enjoy making YouTube lore content, or Genshin lore content on YouTube, right? But that doesn't mean that I have any sort of interest in watching you play games on Twitch, right? Like, there are millions, probably maybe even billions of Twitch streamers out there that you can choose from, and I just find more fascinating content creators out there. I keep seeing this golden bird flying around, and I have no idea what I'm supposed to do with this bird. Are you supposed to do something? I don't know if it's supposed to do something. Maybe it's not. Maybe it is. This looks like a battleground area. Komatsu Bamboo Strike. Cut bamboo. ALBX. Interesting. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. There we go. ALBX LBA. Wait, did I press it wrong? There we go. You were friends with Minsleaf during your Genshin experience? That's awesome. That's really awesome. Yeah. I think, like, you know, lore people are really chill, really cool. And so I can see why getting to know them, right? They're probably very, very very kind people to get along with and to consider as a friend, right? So ALBX LBABB. Okay, let's try this. Ooh, no. Okay. No, I hit the wrong button. Hmm. A, L, B, X, L, B, A, B, B. Okay. No. Let's see. Nope. I think I hit A twice there. There we go. Okay. Yeah. Bamboo strikes needed to increase resolve 2. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, basically that kind of bamboo strike thing. It's just kind of precision button input is what it is. Requires you to be very, very, quick with your fingers. Hmm. Records. Okay, interesting. There's an upstairs area here. It looks hard? Yeah. It's not really easy. Even if I have pretty decent controller input capabilities, I do mess up quite a lot with it. Bird, where are you going? What are you doing?
Yeah.
Mongol territory. Alright, come here, Kage. I still have no idea what I'm supposed to be doing here. Not sure if there are any Twitch meetups soon, but we should hang out. Absolutely. Yeah, Press, without a doubt. So, Press, I don't remember if I told you about this, but me and Sunday, we were chit-chatting, and, I brought up the idea to Sunday. I was like, yo, we can hit up the Bingsu Cafe that's in Linwood. You know, the one that's right nearby those, Korean fried chicken restaurants, right? I was like, we can go there, we can hang out, we can, grab some delicious dessert together. I'm so down for that. So, yeah, I mean, as I always say this, and I will always continue to say this to all of my friends, name a day, name a time, I'm there. Like, I'll figure it out. We'll be able to meet up and spend time together. I'm absolutely down for that. And there's no concern with like me traveling far to get to whatever restaurant, whatever establishment that we choose. It can be up north, it can be anywhere else, and I'll happily go. So don't worry about it. Cause yeah, honestly, like yesterday night when I got the opportunity to celebrate a friend's birthday. It was so much fun getting to see my friends, and I had a total blast with it. And it just reminded me where I was like, dude, fuck yeah, I want to spend so much time hanging out with cool people and enjoying the company of others. Let's go to New York then. Fuck, bro. I mean, honestly, like here's I've been thinking about this a bit, right? I would say that, like, if the only thing I needed to pay for like an out-of-state trip, if the only thing I needed to pay for was, my own plane ticket, and then, like, maybe what else I would need to pay for is, like, we could get a hotel or get, like, a Airbnb or something, and we split the cost so that it's super fucking cheap for all of us. I'm there. I'd happily go. But if it's like, you know, for example, if it's something like TwitchCon where I have to pay for my flight, I have to pay for my own place to stay, right? A hotel, an Airbnb or whatever. I have to pay for a fucking TwitchCon ticket, which is like $250,000, and all that shit. Like, TwitchCon expenses, that type of stuff, it adds up so much, and it's like, it's crazy ridiculously overpriced, where it's like, nah, I do not see that as a valuable way to invest my money. But yeah, if it's like, yo, just hop on a plane, go over to a place, and you don't have to worry about other, you know, super crazy expenses, I'm absolutely down to do that. Like, I've been really wanting to, and I don't think I'll be able to do it this year. It'll probably have to wait until next year. I've been really wanting to take another trip back to Nevada to visit my friends, because my friends are incredibly kind, generous people. They will allow me to stay with them whenever I go over and visit. And so, you know, when I go to Nevada, all I need to do is just pay for pay for a plane ticket. Why is that so tough for my stupid mouth to say? I can't even English. But yeah, all I need to do is just afford a plane ticket, and that's it. And I go over there and I spend time with my friends, and it's the absolute best. So I've been wanting to do that. I'll probably have to do it next year, but fuck, man, if we can do like out-of-state trips, absolutely, I'm down for that. Have a group sesh where we just travel together, maybe do a road trip type shit. Go and visit new areas. Fuck yeah. I've actually never been to New York. New York is a place that I would like to visit at some point. I know that it's like, New York I think is very, very, very touristy. But even still, I think just going once in my life, it would be a good experience, you know. You're just kidding, but we should hang soon. Yeah, fuck it. Name a day, name a time. I'm there. I shall show up. Absolutely. Alright, am I even walking the right direction? I am not. I am going the opposite direction. What the hell? Okay. Alright, Kage. Enough, goofing around. We gotta get to our destination, which is somewhere over here, I think. Maybe to the left. This game is just, it's such a vibe, though. Such a dope vibe. Like, you could just wander around the different open areas. Not even sprinting, just like casually strolling along with your adorable pet steed. And it's chilling. Alright. We can do this. We'll follow this pathway. And hopefully we will not run into any dangerous situations. Is it possible to go down here? I think it is.
Oh shit!
Tsutsu Prefecture. Okay, okay. I think we are getting closer to the area we need to. Alright, standoff time.
시계 점으로 토니우. 야! 우쇼 나서.
어떻게 싸매긴 하?
Nicely done. Wow, these guys are good shots.
힐리아 골페 속 축사. 도쇼! 힐리아 골페 투시. 우쇼 도쇼! 도쇼!
Okay. Seems like we took care of the archers. I don't know where the other guys went. There's one of them. Yeah, this guy's dangerous. Ooh, it's that attack. Okay, I survived him, somehow. Where's the last guy? Oh, there he is. I finally found him. There we go. Alright. That was a good death. That was a good death, chat. Here we go, Kage. Let's keep moving. We won't let no bandits get in our way. Wait, why are we moving in the wrong direction? What the hell? What direction were we moving towards, chat? We were just following that path randomly, and it was like, nope, you're going the wrong way. Ohama Fishing Village. Okay.
忠頼公のお話をご存知ですか？
名は知っておる。してどのような話なのだ？
その鎧は身につけた者に力を授けると言われています。誤った者の手に渡れば災いが起きるとも。
災いとは恐ろしいな。話の司祭を教えてくれ。鎧についても。
でしたら琵琶法師が力になれるはず。あざもと筒の境の川の近くにまだいると思います。
Interesting. Interesting. Okay, okay. Do I need to keep going? Let's see, I think it's like to the left here. Yeah, okay. Alright, Kage, this way. Let us ride. Sa, Ikuyo. Ikuyo-chan.
岸平原に着いた。菅笠衆はこの地におるらしいが、猛虎の荷車が襲われたのか。菅笠衆の仕業であろ
う。Investigate the burning cart.
まずここで襲ったな。他にもムクロがあるはずだ。
Blood on the grass.
向こうにもムクロが見えるな。
I'll take those arrows. Thank you very much. Why do I hear horses? Maybe I should ride Kage instead of running. Oh, this guy is still alive. Hello there, guy who's
こ
still
こまで逃
alive.
げてきたのか。
Bye bye. Thanks for the free resolve.
Jin 酒井仁か。
龍蔵、そのいでたちは何だ。
人のこと言えるかよ。俺の菅笠だ。
今は浪人なのか。
腕を売ってるのさ。
手を貸してくれ。頭と話したい。
菰田で死んだよ。
浜にいたのか。
大勢死んじまった。
こちらもだ。手を結んで仇を討とう。まず叔父上を救いたい。
無事なのか。みんな怪我を負ってるし、飯も食えてない。そんな連中に命を張れなんて頼めねえよ。
もちろん褒美は出るぞ。猛虎を成敗すれば叔父上も報いてくださる。望みのままに。
じゃあ仲間に聞くだけ聞いてみよ
お前が。
う。今の頭は俺だからな。
手を打つのか。
考えておこう。
Fuck
引
yeah.
くでないぞ。
当然だ。
하삭친 악뜻나 사무라이.
菰田の恨み晴らしてやる。
一人も残すな。
You motherfucker. Those arrow guys are trouble. Supper.
こいつら次々と
囲まれるなよ。
Okay. Nope. Good. All right. Oh my god, that big guy. Get over here, dumbass.
Jump tujuan. Iwasa çıktı.
Nice. Okay. Easy money. So we killed the leader, apparently.
肩が上達したな。
そうか。お前はヒゲが生えたな。
He said you managed to grow a beard.
騎団の申し出だが。
おじごのことなら難しい。生き抜くだけで精一杯なんだ。
それほどとは。
飯がない。今日も京都で食い物探しだが、またもや空手で戻らなきゃならん。
手を貸そう。宿営に行くぞ。良い案が浮かぶやもしれぬ。
愛も変わらず強引だな。
I like this guy. Now I can see why we're friends.
こっちだ。
最後に会ったのはいつだった？
二夏前の長尾家での刀比べ。
あの後、お前はどこに消えたのだ？
菅笠衆に一味に加わるよう誘われてな。二つ返事だ。
Where were you at Komoda?
なぜ菰田で声をかけなかった？
侍相手に忙しそうにしてたろ。俺も酒盛りしてたしな。
一杯くらい付き合ったのだがな。
ああ、だろうな。 荷車だ。
飯が残っておるやもしれん。
からだ。
お侍、お侍。
お主のものか。
その通りです。馬と米を盗みやがって猛虎どもめ。
命があって喜べ。
猛虎はどこへ向かった？
大平砦で。
畜生。
小金寺に逃げるのだ。街道を通ってはならぬぞ。
わかりました。
ほら行くぞ。宿営は近い。
菰田の村は焼き払われて地にしか残ってない。
叔父上の話だが、救出に手を貸すならば褒美は弾むはずだぞ。
褒美って言われてもな。
He'll make you a samurai. What do you
望み
want?
は何だ。
一生分のタダ酒。
Free
それだけ
sake for
か。
life.
あとは寝床。仲間が入りきるほどのな。
真面目に答えろ。浪人で終えるつもりではなかろう。
あれから3年だぞ。昔とは違う。
戦の後だというのによく一味をまとめ上げたな。秘訣はあるのか。
仲間以外は信じるなと言い含めただけさ。
なるほどな。
本心だったが今は迷いが生じてる。
一味は何人おるのだ。
半分に減ったがまだまだ大勢残ってるぜ。なぜだ？
猛虎が米を盗んで大平に逃げたと聞いたろう。
食い物を貯めてると？
おそらくな。
策はあるのか？
まあ見ておれ。
何やつだ。
おい心臓、俺だ。
What's up, Shinzo?
お前ら雄三様だ。
ようやくか。食い物はどうしたんだ。
あの侍は
聞け。これは俺の友酒井だ。
皆腹が減っておるそうだな。手を貸そう。
食い物はなかったのか。
策がある。砦に押し入り猛虎が奪った食料を取り返すのだ。
砦に押し入る。殺されるだけだ。
ちょっと待ってくれ。
あいつは置いていた方がいい。
ジン、ついてこい。あらかじめ策とやらを聞いとけよかった。
皆を喜ばせたくてな。
それは俺の役目だ。
すまぬ。体はなかった。
いいさ。ここを通れ。仲間と一緒に動くなら同じ格好をしろ。お前にも入りそうな袴がある。
シラミはおらぬだろうな。
まだあのこと根に持ってんのか？袴はつづらの中だ。俺ほどの男前とはいかねえが悪くない。
砦の守りを調べ抜け道を探す。
俺の仲間に任せよう。
手を打つのだな。
砦の食い物を手に入れたら猛虎からおじごを取り戻す。
恩に着るぞ。
ただし頭が誰かは二度と忘れるな。
お前の役目を奪うつもりはない。
先に立つぞ。墓所でお茶を。
承知した。
What a homie, chat. Alright, so we're gonna raid Fort Ojira. Interesting. Your legend grows. Hell yeah. The People's Hope. Maximum health increased. Fuck yeah. Choose a new ghost weapon. Black powder bomb. Smoke bomb. Sticky bomb. Wind chime. There we go. I do like the idea of the two bombs, the black powder bomb and the sticky bomb, but I think, you know, being evasive and you know, kind of having some more defensive measures is also really, really valuable. Parry incoming projectiles while blocking? Wait, what? Yo, that's fucking huge. Interesting. Yeah, I'm looking at this one here right now, chat. It's called the Unyielding Sword Parry. It says parry an unblockable attack from Mongol swords. Attacks marked by blue glinting lines can be parried, and it can be done in any stance. The reason I'm looking at this, that I'm a little bit confused, is because I'm pretty sure that I have fought against enemies who have used this blue attack, and I was not able to properly parry it. So maybe it's just me with a really bad timing when I try to parry. That could be it. But I'm gonna buy this one right here. Deflecting arrows, because yeah, those ranged enemies, the guys in the back are incredibly fucking annoying to deal with. Ronin attire worn by those who live and die by the bow and the blade. Weathered straw hat. It may have seen better days, but it has lived a full life. Quick fire weapon swapping. While holding RT, use the D-pad to switch ghost weapons. Ah, I see. Okay, okay. Alright. Enable armor loadouts in the gameplay options menu to assign charms and vanity gear to armor and create custom loadouts. Interesting. Okay. Let's see. Golden Temple. Blah, I almost butchered that pronunciation. Okay, what are these blue ones? Legend of Tadayori and the Heavenly Strike. What's going on, Ben? Is this on lethal? No, this is on hard difficulty. Not lethal. I thought to myself, I was like, you know, if there is a lethal difficulty, that must mean that, you know, hard difficulty is plenty tough already, and that lethal difficulty is kind of meant more for probably the people who have played this game at least once before and are very, very familiar with all of the, you know, techniques, all of the mechanics and everything, and they know kind of how to master the combat system. So yeah, this is only hard difficulty right now. Broken Blacksmith, Beachside Camp. Stance Progress. Interesting. Beachside Camp. Should I do this one? Might not be a bad idea. 8 iron and stance progress. I'm very curious about this one. Is it possible to jump down here without dying? Probably not. I'm gonna guess the answer is no. Lethal is basically you get one shot, but enemies also die in one
一つ
shot.
聞き忘れたことがある。
Nice. What's up, buddy?
申してみろ。
コモだからどうやって助かった？
あの戦場から女が運び出してくれたのだ。さらに介抱まで。
運の良い男め。
お前や一味はどのように？
逃げたんだよ。備えを済ませておけよ。済んだら墓所で会おう。いい子だ。
Alright, we're going the right way. Ben said, this is your favorite game experience as a whole, the best gaming experience you've ever had. Those are some very, 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 yeah, very high quality praise words. Yeah. I think it's quite rare to see something like that from you. To be honest though, like, I am not shocked. I feel like, you know, everything I've heard about Tsushima, and very likely Ghost of Yotei as well, it just seems like these are gaming masterpieces, you know, cinematic masterpieces as well. Oh yeah, no, I intend to thoroughly enjoy this game, 100%. I would not be surprised if this is a game that I sink, you know, hundreds of hours into, and I end up getting, like, the complete list of all Steam achievements for this game. That would not shock me in the slightest. Because, so far, everything is very, very beautifully done. Got the DLC as well. I purchased the director's cut, so I don't know if that comes with the DLC or if it's completely separate. And if it is separate, then I will get the DLC at a later time. But yeah, as of right now, this is just the director's cut version. Ooh, okay, okay. Find... Wait, find and observe... Wait, why did I get off? Hold on. Oh, there's a bow and arrow guy. That's not good. Yeah, we need to get far away from there. So if I use my, like, focused hearing, I'm assuming that is what I can utilize to figure out who the leader is, possibly. Okay, get over here. Seems like I'm too far away. Yeah, I can't really Can't really see anyone up here. Okay, let's see right now. Is there anyone that I can observe? No? Doesn't seem like it. I wonder if it's because there's like this wooden barricade that's in the way. Oh, interesting. A feint attack. Nice. Okay, let me create some distance here. I don't want them all ganging up on me. And I definitely do not want any archers that are able to hit me. Okay, that's one guy down. Smoke bomb full. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I don't think I have the smoke bomb unlocked. Or actually, no, I do, but I haven't used any of them. Oh, nice. Okay, they don't see me.
Ямар нэг юм харав уу?
Тэнд харагдах гүл бинда.
Буцъя. Ямар тааш бэлэн байгаарай.
Дараа мултарч чадахгүй.
None of these guys seem to be the leader.
Ой, өнөөгөө хардаа.
Фоларик.
Тийм ээ. Бэри, бич бас.
Осон забуу.
There's that archer.
Хэрэг орбен.
Тэр яаж ингэв?
Nicely done. Okay. I think I'm out of aggro range. The DLC comes with the director's cut. Fuck yeah. That's awesome. Yeah, that's really good. That way I don't have to, you know, pay extra for it. Yeah, Ben, I thoroughly intend to enjoy this game. And, you know, I think that there's a chance, outside of the Souls games that I love, very much so, I think this right here, assuming that you know, kind of count them as, you count this game as separate from the Souls games, right, and Souls likes, I would say this has the potential of being my #1 favorite kind of action RPG. But of course, if you are to compare the like rankings of how I feel about Souls games and also games like Tsushima, obviously I do enjoy Souls games more than something like this. But this has the potential of being one of my top favorites, you know, potentially top 5, maybe possibly top 3. But we'll see, we'll see.
소모다! Бидний холоо сагнахаар шийдэж
Don't see any enemies really back here, which is really nice.
тэд харваач байна. Очиж барь. Ошоо! Алдчихлаа. Би бас алдчихлаа.
Didn't realize there was another archer around. Oh, there's the archer. Hello, archer.
Ошоо! Доошоо! Доошоо! Доошоо!
Wow. That's impressive. Yeah, I did not think that these guys were capable. Oh, okay, now he's down. That's good, that's good.
What?
Nicely done. Yeah, bye. Definitely do not want to get in range of the arrow, dude. Beautiful. I'll take those supplies. Man, that archer is absolutely trouble. There we go. That was such a funny death sequence, like right after, you know. There we go, chat. There we go. Alright, let's see here. Beachside camp complete. Fast travel unlocked. Let's fucking go. Alright, we're tracking this one. I'm gonna fast travel back to the encampment. That way I don't have to, like, ride for too long. And then let's keep going, shall we? Alright, where is my boy Kage? There you are, buddy. We ride. One thing that I am, you know, trying to slowly get used to is, basically, in this game, right, the button in order to sprint is very different from the buttons to sprint in, you know, games from other genres. So, like, Nine Souls, for example, which is the last game I played, in order to sprint, I needed to press the B button to get it done. And I keep on, you know, kind of mistakenly, my muscle memory is like, oh, let's press the B button in this game to do a sprint. And it's like, nope, that is not what B does. B actually does other things instead. Okay, so where am I trying to go? Because this is the right way, correct? I think it's like down low. He's in the cemetery. Can I climb down anywhere? I think this way is probably the fastest way, chat. There we go. Alright,
おう
bud.
来たか。それじゃあ飯をぶんどりに行くか。
Of course. Let's do it, partner.
これで皆か。
戦えるやつだけ集めた。他の連中は動けなくてな。
砦を襲うには心もたない。
枯れ木に満開の花を咲かせる方がたやすいかもな。
七に生ありだ。
七に陥らぬよう進めたいもんだな。石膏が戻った。来い。
中に大勢いるぞ。櫓にはのろしずつも。
船の兵に加勢されては一大事だな。挟み撃ちに遭う。
俺が何とかする。筒を壊したら討ち入るんだ。
失敗したら
俺の仇を撃って兵糧を奪えばいい。
そりゃ明暗だ。
櫓から目を離すな。
分かったよ。
Alright, chat. So we have to disable the alarm in the lighthouse first. Now, how do we accomplish that? Two enemies there, one enemy there. Okay, okay. And I need to get up there.
Tavern there.
Easy money. One guy there. Couple of guys over there. One guy over here. I should probably leave those two alone. I feel like trying to mess around with those two would not be a wise decision. I honestly have no idea how long this guy stands here. Bye bye. Two guys there. The question is, how the heck am I supposed to climb this thing? Nope, nope, nope. Wait, go up the ladder. There you go. Ignite the lighthouse to signal the attack. Let's do it. Go get him, men. I believe in you. Get over here, Archer. Bye bye.
死ねえこの畜生ども
Nicely done. Bye bye. Alright, here we go, Chad.
ほら食料を運ぶんだろ
食い物がね
え櫓にもなかった他にはないか
もうこのムクロと神の山だけだ
見せろ
お前読めるのか
干渉ならば多少はない
つの間に
孫子を学んだ折だここは中継所だったようだ兵糧は今頃船に
船は港だ追いつけやしない
砦は奪った。
まさかお前。話を聞こうか。
まずは様子を探ろう。
Damn, so now we're gonna go and raid the boats, it looks like.
浜に猛虎の小舟がある。
猛虎の陣はまさか突っ切るとか言うなよ。
硬い防備に急兵か。正面からでは難しいな。
仲間を敵陣に送り込むのはごめんだぞ。
Okay.
急兵を崖に置け。注意を引きつけた隙に船を盗もう。あの火薬に火矢を放ってはどうだ。
ひととき気は引けても浜から目を離すほどじゃねえな。砦のことはまだ気づかれてない。奴らは気もしない味方を待つことになる。船を盗むまで時を稼いでくれ。その後は森に逃げ込め。合図を出したら好きなだけ暴れるんだ。
行くぞ。浜に降りよう。
聞こえたな。頭見ててください。
お前の戦い方、長尾家の刀比べを思い出した。お前は手立てを選ばん。
勝負だからな。お前も本気だったろ。
さてね。
何が言いたい。
別にただ思い出しただけだ。
またいずれ話そう。
死なずに済んだらな。
Alright, here we go, chat.
用意ができたようだな。松明を
頼んだぞ。
Nicely done.
さすが俺の仲間だ。あの日を見ろよ。策を忘れたのかよ。兵の相手をするな。もうこの船に乗り込むんだろ。
Holy moly. What's going on, Raiders? Hello, hello, hello. If I were a ghost, I would haunt a local Pizza Hut. That way I could eat delicious pizza every day. Especially with the garlic bread and cheesy bread with the sauce. The pizza better be pan too. Welcome on in, Raiders. How are we all doing today? Hello, hello, hello. Banjo the Uncle, thank you so much for the raid. Holy moly. I'm actually quite shocked, quite surprised to see Banjo because I mean, I never really heard this from Banjo, but I do know that he owns Ghost of Tsushima, so I was wondering if one day I would get to see him play it on stream. So I'm quite shocked that you know, he was not worried about spoilers and was not worried about raiding on over and saying hello. But I appreciate you, Banjo. Appreciate you, Raiders. Hope you guys are doing well. Yeah, Banjo, I hope your stream was fucking amazing. I think you were you were like routing Wukong challenge runs, right? And you were trying to figure out how you can absolutely demolish the combat system in that game without any of the frustrations. Yeah. I hope you had an awesome Wukong stream. Hope you had a fantastic time. For anyone out there who's not following Banjo, I assume everyone is. Go and follow him. Go and subscribe to him. He deserves it. As you can see, he has that professional Twitch partner streamer badge, and that means that he is certified goated on the platform, and that's why you all should go and show him love and support. But I appreciate the raid a lot. Welcome on in, Raiders. Welcome on in, A7Z underscore. How's it going? Or I'll just call you A7. That's the underscore. It's a little bit too much, but I appreciate you, A7. Can't stay here, sadly. Planning to play it next week. That's exactly why I've paused the game right now. We aren't showing you anything. I appreciate it, A7. I know the importance of staying away from spoilers. I get it, and I do not blame you for leaving. I feel like if people out there get the chance to play this game, Tsushima is a game where it is incredible, and I think it's worth going into this game blind if you can. So yeah, but I appreciate you stopping by and saying hello, A7, nonetheless. The gauntlets that unlock after the game finishes are pretty tough, but it's been fun to test and get some W's. Hell yeah. Is that, Banjo, is that similar to, like, the Sekido gauntlets that exist? Or, like, do they have a slightly different system? Yeah, I hope that, you know, the boss challenges are interesting enough and they allow you to kind of test out different strategies. So yeah. Debatable, but Banjo is fun. Yeah, that is true, A7. We love to you know, kind of banter around with Banjo, and I know that Banjo absolutely loves getting to you know, poke some fun at his chat and have chat poke fun at him. That's one of the main reasons I've followed his channel and watched his streams for such a long while. It's basically categorized boss rushes. Okay, okay. Very, very nice. Are you, so you're focusing on the gauntlets right now, and you know, I'm assuming that what you want to do is you want to use the gauntlets to test out different strategies for the boss fights. Are your like challenge runs going to be specifically focused on the gauntlets at first, or do you think that you'll do like a like an any percent game playthrough of Wukong? I'm curious because, you know, after hearing your review of the game and what you liked about it, what you thought could be, you know, improved with the mechanics, I'm curious to know how motivated you would be to do an any percent run, or even just like 100% run of a game like Wukong. Um, each gauntlet once, okay. Then probably doing one single challenge run. Starting gear plus melee only. Okay, okay. Would recommend watching Banjo streams if you have money, because he will take your money on Money Mondays. He is a very money-hungry streamer. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. He bullied me and took my lunch money. Oh, that's beautiful. That is, yeah. Yeah. And to that, I will go ahead and say this. Oh wait, is it not playing? Oh my god. I don't know if OBS is capturing that. You know what? Here. I'll do it. I'll do it the long way around by using my, where is it? Where's, there it is. I found it. I found it, chat. There we go. There we go. Beautiful. That right there is the Banjo redemption. We all know that Banjo is a big fan of the mustard and the ketchup, and even more than mustard, Banjo loves ranch. If you did not know this about them, it's his favorite pizza sauce to you know, pair together. Massive fan of it. But mustard is you know, a very good alternative for him as well. Yeah. Shout outs to K Dot. True. SpongeBob I'm out meme. Ah, that's perfect. Let's all say K Dot is okay. I'm sorry, A7. That's a ban right there. That is ban worthy. I cannot tolerate that. Yep. The stare, the stare emote is 100% correct. Absolutely. Yeah, we don't say blasphemous things in this channel. Absolutely not. But yeah. In any case, Raiders, welcome on in. Banjo, thank you for the raid. I appreciate you. I am waiting for your next Dark Souls 2 or Baba stream to stop by and say hello. And I hope your Wukong challenge stuff goes very well. We all know, I think everyone who watches Banjo, we all know that, like, it's exciting to watch, you know, challenge content, but it's also very funny because every single time challenge content comes around, Banjo's like, "We'll try our best. We'll see what happens. We'll give it our A+ effort." And then he, without any missing any beat, right? He just first win right there. I mean, he beat the first, not first, the final boss of Wukong first try. No sweat at all. He's a capital G gamer. We all know what to expect out of him. And no matter how much he says, "Oh, I need to plan, I need to route, I need to do this for 10,000 years before I do the run," he always gets it. It's never ever ever, a thing that we're worried about. You were lurking for almost 3 hours, playing at the same time. He didn't know that you were there. It's fun to be a lurker. It's fun to be someone who hides in the shadows. I think my favorite thing is when you're like lurking in someone's chat and they mention your name, right? And they're talking about you, right? Hopefully saying some good things, but sometimes streamers like to poke fun at people and they like to tease people, right? Rib each other. And you hear your name and you're like, "Okay, I'm gonna stay back in the shadows. I'm gonna lurk, and I'm gonna see what they say, and then depending on what they say, that will determine whether you need to roast them at some point, and come back and say, 'Oh, I heard you were talking some smack behind my back, huh? Okay, okay, I see how it is.'" He forgets about you. No, no. I know without any doubt in my mind that Banjo loves all of his lurkers very dearly. He's very very proud of them, and I would be too. I mean, if I were a big successful streamer just like Banjo, I would appreciate everyone out there, 100%. He's too famous to remember me. Yeah, maybe one day we'll have to remind him of his roots, go back 7+ years and remind him of when he started out as a variety streamer, the good old days. Which reminds me, I think we need to force Banjo to go and play some variety games that he probably owes his chat from, some kind of community goal that he set long time ago. I think he mentioned it at least once or twice on his channel. He owes his chat some games. So we just need to constantly, remind him and make him feel guilty about postponing it over and over and over again. And eventually he will cave in, and he'll do something. But yeah. Oh, that Hob emote is perfect, Banjo. Absolutely. Perfect. Yeah. Understood, so we rally on him. Yes, in the Discord, we just, spam Peepo Riot over and over and over again. That's what we do. It's a mission. But yeah, anyways. So, Raiders, those of you who came on in and stayed and, are hanging around, hello. I'm Capybara. That is my username, and you might be wondering, why the heck is this dude named Capybara? I will show you 2 reasons. Number 1, this guy right here, he's kind of like the main mascot of my channel. This guy is a big, chunky, fluffy capybara, and he is my streaming partner. Normally, he doesn't appear very much on stream because although he is very, very fluffy and very adorable, he is also very massive and very heavy. So, trying to stream with him is a little bit inefficient, but he sits on the sideline and he cheers me on, and he's a very, very great emotional support plush. And then I have a second friend of mine, if I can grab him. He's a little bit off screen. Let me see here. He might be a little bit too far away. Chad, this is bad. I have to do something no streamer ever likes to do. I have to get up out of my chair. This is horrible. All right, give me a second. Hold on. Oh boy. I put him too far away, chat. Too far away. I should have thought about that before I got a raid. Yes. This is my slightly smaller friend right here. He is also very adorable. He has an orange on his head, which has a little smiley face on it. So you know that this orange is best friends with this guy right here. Yeah, I actually got this guy much later than I got the first mascot, and the second one, I got it as a birthday gift from a dear friend of mine after they found out that I am a big capybara enthusiast. So yeah. That is the reason why my channel is called Capybara. I absolutely adore these animals. They are basically me, my spirit animal, I suppose. And yeah, I am a wannabe gamer. I'm someone who enjoys Souls games a lot. If you guys are fans of Banjo and you're very familiar with Banjo's content, then I'm basically a worse version of Banjo. I'm a downgrade, you know? I really enjoy the types of games that Banjo plays, so my kind of history with Souls games and Souls likes, I really love Sekiro. That's my top favorite. Dark Souls 3 is actually my very first ever Souls game that I played. I've played Dark Souls 1. I have controversial opinions about that game. And I would say that, you know, so, okay, before I say this next comment, when I look at Sekiro, I consider Sekiro to be a Souls game because it was made by From Software. I know that people out there don't consider it a Souls game. They consider it a Souls-like. That's fine. I'm not going to get into any arguments about the definitions and whatever. If you want to consider it a Souls-like, go for it, right? You are all welcome to have your own perspectives, right? But I consider Sekiro to be a Souls game because it's made by From Software, and so I would say that outside of Sekiro, my favorite Souls-like game is Lies of P. I love Lies of P a lot. I have beaten the game 2 times, three times, I think, because right now I think I'm on New Game Plus 4 at the moment. I've played the DLC for Lies of P, loved it. I need to play it a second time. Banjo needs to play it for the first time on his channel. So yeah, I'm a big Souls enthusiast. I suck at the games, but I love them. And I also do occasionally like to play different, other genres as well. One of the other genres that I have played several titles of would be the Metroidvania slash roguelike slash roguelite genre. Games like Hollow Knight, games like Dead Cells, what else is there? Hades. I recently finished a game called Nine Souls, if any of you have ever heard of that. And for anyone out there who is unfamiliar with Nine Souls, the best way I can describe it is imagine a 2D, side-scrolling game that is of the same genre as Hollow Knight and Silk Song and whatnot, but it has a parry system.
Throbbing cock, do I have to suck?
Appreciate it, Chappie. Hope you enjoyed that follow alert. Still lurking. Appreciate it, soldier. I appreciate it a lot. Yeah, lurkers are very welcome. Hey, yo. Yeah. My follow alert, I'm very proud of it. I think it's a fantastic follow alert. But, Nine Souls is a Metroidvania that essentially has, it has a parry mechanic in it. And parrying is like the entire focus of the game. So if you love parrying in games like Lies of P or Sekiro, you will love Nine Souls. I think that, I've talked about this when speaking with friends of mine online, saying that outside of Hollow Knight, outside of Silksong, the sequel, I think that Nine Souls is probably the next best game in that genre because of the combat that exists in there and the world building, the story and everything. It's really beautifully well done, so I recommend that. But yeah, as you guys can see here, my current adventure that I'm doing is my first ever playthrough of Ghost of Tsushima. I've heard so much about this game, all positive things, and I know that it is going to be, you know, an incredible experience that I will look back upon fondly, with a lot of nostalgia whenever I eventually finish this game. So yeah. What's going on, Sobo? Need to prepare for late shift. Sobo, best of luck at work, buddy. Appreciate you. For anyone who doesn't know Sobo, Sobo is an awesome gamer. He is a fellow banjo enjoyer, and he, you know, enjoys Souls games. And he's also, I think one of the best things about Sobo is that he is a fellow Nikke player, Goddess of Victory Nikke. That is something that I have a lot of respect for. So, you know, me and him, we enjoy the culture, the gyat of Nikke. And if you have never heard of Nikke, do yourself a favor and go and check it out. But yeah, much appreciated, Sobo. Have a great, well, have as great of a time as you possibly can during your work shift. And I appreciate you stopping by. I heard gyat, and that's enough for me. Look it up. Goddess of Victory Nikke. You will not be disappointed. You won't. Let's see here. A7, you said you hate parry, you love dodge. That's very fair. I know that, like, Sekiro and Lies of P, those types of parry-centric games, very much so are, you know, they're very niche, right? Lots of gamers are not particularly a massive fan of that mechanic, and it's something that I think if you are someone who is not used to playing with that mechanic in a game and you know, understanding the timings that you need, it can be a big learning curve. So I understand, like, you know, people who just say, well, why can't I just iframe through it? Why can't I just dodge through it? You know, like that makes sense. I get it. But I think one of the reasons why certain people love parrying, including myself, is because I think parrying does have its own sense of satisfaction to it when you're able to, you know, basically catch an enemy off guard, block their attack perfectly, take no damage, and then counterattack. It just feels empowering, I think. So yeah, that's totally fair. If you don't vibe with Sekiro, if you don't vibe with Lies of P, if you don't vibe with a game like Nine Souls, that's no problem. There's millions of other games out there for people to enjoy. So don't beat yourself up over it. Yeah. Makes you feel like a ninja dodging attacks. I like that. That's a good perspective to have. I like that. Yeah. Being a ninja in video games is always really nice. Like in this game here, Ghost of Tsushima, you do have a lot of combat scenarios where you attack, you know, one-on-one or one versus many. However, there's also opportunities in this game where you get to do stealth missions and you get to sneak around like a little ninja, and you get to assassinate people, right? So yeah. If you are a stealth gamer, and you enjoy being able to silently creep up on enemies and stab him in the back real good, then you'll enjoy those stealth missions in Tsushima. Yeah. Played more parrying games than dodging, but in your opinion, dodging an attack feels satisfying. I think it can. I think it absolutely can. Yeah, when the game is designed really well to kind of reward a good dodge with a good punish, right? A good counterattack, I think it absolutely can feel very, very satisfying, without a doubt. But parrying can have its own benefits as well. Unlocks more movement control. That is very fair. Yeah, very fair indeed. Yeah, I mean, different gamers have different tastes, and I respect that. But anyways, Raiders, thank you all so much for stopping by. I know that not every person out there is a big fan of all the streamers on Twitch, so I totally understand it if some people dip out. No worries at all. I don't blame anyone. Not every streamer is for every viewer, right? But for anyone out there who does stick around, does lurk, does chat, does, say hello, anything, you guys are awesome. And I appreciate you a lot. Please, everyone out there, make sure you guys are drinking plenty of water. Make sure you guys stay hydrated. Grab some food, some snacks, something to enjoy, your viewing experience on Twitch. And yeah, hopefully you guys get to enjoy whatever hobbies that you love, right? Whether you're talking about reading books, playing video games, watching anime, watching TV, listening to music, anything. Just enjoy your hobbies. I don't mind if people lurk around and put me on the second monitor or mute my tab and go and do something else, right? Anything at all. It doesn't matter. I appreciate all of you. You guys are awesome. And last but not least, massive shout out to Banjo. Please, everyone, go and watch his streams. He is incredibly entertaining. So the first time I discovered Banjo, it was a raid from someone else, and I discovered him. And he is one of the rare few streamers that I have stayed and watched his stream after, being a part of a raid into his channel. Banjo is one of the very few rare streamers that I've stayed and I've followed and I've watched his streams. Most of the time it's not, uncommon for me to raid into another channel and be like, not my type of content. And then I dip out. But Banjo is a really, really incredible human being. So yeah. Shout out Banjo the Uncle. I'll do that for you, A7. Yeah, unfortunately, I think only moderators and only the Papega streamer has the ability to do such shout outs, but massive shout out to Banjo. He's awesome. Let's see here. A metal-loving, slinging, god gaming wordsmith, Pog, who's hitless running through life like it's a DS2 gauntlet. Hell yeah. When they're not smashing through challenge runs, they're getting cozy with revenge or diving. What does that say? Diving deep into the night. I get it. Diving deep in. Yep. Okay. Yeah, that's a Night Rain reference. I like that. Semicolons optional. That's a perfect description right there. Same situation, someone else you watched rated Banjo, you've been following since. It's always good to find someone else in the community that you can enjoy. Absolutely, 100%. Yeah, without a doubt. I love getting to discover new streamers, new gamers, and checking out their streams and being like, you know what? This vibe, this energy is what I appreciate. And then you stick around and you have a fun time. And getting to know more and more people, especially in the Souls community, it's so wholesome. It's so heartwarming to interact with all the different Souls streamers. So massive shout out to the entire Souls community for sure. Yeah, but chat, I do want to give you guys a heads up because I'm staring at my OBS right now. I'm keeping my eye on things. So number one, I am going to be continuing my gameplay right now of Ghost of Tsushima. So for those of you who don't want spoilers, you are more than welcome to mute my tab. You can close the tab entirely. You can leave. I do not want you guys to be spoilered by what you see if you want to avoid that. So I will be continuing Tsushima gameplay. Also, in about 15 seconds from now, maybe 20 seconds, there will be advertisements starting. So just giving you guys a very quick heads up. I highly recommend, if you have the money, Twitch Turbo is an option. If you don't, please get yourself an ad blocker. Highly recommend that. So, do yourself a favor, avoid the ads. They will be playing, and I hope you guys are not punished too heavily by it. But yeah, there's ads that are going to be happening, and Ghost of Tsushima will be continuing. So just letting you guys know. But I appreciate all of you out there. Raiders, you all are awesome human beings. Banjo is incredible. Yeah, love you all. That's all I have to say. Let's continue where we left off, chat. I think, yeah, right now OBS, it says ads starting soon. So oh 07 to all the chatters out there who get hit by ads. Highly recommend. So for anyone out there who is unfamiliar with ad blockers, you know, browser extensions, I highly recommend. There's two of them out there. I think one of them that I really enjoy is called AdGuard, and then I think there's another one which is called. I mean, AdGuard. I don't think AdGuard works on Twitch. I think. Let's see. A7 said, not sure telling people to get the extension is allowed. Be careful. I have no idea. I'm not sure, A7. Like you very well might be correct and might bring up a good point, but I've been talking about ad blockers on Twitch for a while now, and so far I have not really seen anything come out of it. Mainly I'm just trying to find a way to look out for viewers and make sure that they have a good watching experience on Twitch, because I as someone who watches other people's streams, I know that seeing advertisements can be really brutal, and I'm not a fan of it. So if I can do something to help out, you know, my viewers or people who check out my channel, then I absolutely try to. But yeah, I would say there's two different ones that I know that kind of work on Twitch. One of them is called the alternate player for Twitch, and then the other one is called TTVLOL Pro, I think. So if you can, you know, search those up on the interwebs and find it and use it, I would recommend it. I think it's not a bad idea. But yeah. Let's see here, chat. So where we left off, I believe we're like in the middle of raiding a like an enemy territory, and we're trying to get control of the boats so that we can find where the enemy is stashing the food, and that is our current mission that we're working on. So let's see here. Okay, arrows are full. End suffering. Bye-bye. I'll take those supplies, thank you very much. And then, what do I need to do here? Here's some iron. Okay, so we have the boats. What is my objective right now? Hold on. Let's see. 40 meters away. Oh, there's another rowboat. Okay. Alright. Let's go, chat. Ah, that's so bad. Appreciate the follow, A7. These spear guys are always really annoying. Yeah, I didn't stun him. Wow. It's crazy how instant his recovery is. No way. Yeah, this is looking like a losing battle right here. Oof. Nope. Shot by an arrow right in the back, chat. We're done, though. It's actually funny. I thought that the big ship there was our objective. Let's see here. This game is so beautifully done. Is this your first playthrough? It is indeed. Yes, Chappie. This is my very first playthrough ever. So if you're wondering why it's taken me so long to play this game, like why did I not play it closer to whenever it released? Typically when it comes to video games, I never buy anything at full retail price when it first releases. I usually wait for a discount sale. I'm someone that, you know, I feel like the current video game industry, when it comes to pricing, right? I just feel like $60 minimum. Like some games are even like $70 or $80 when they first release. Like that's unreasonable. It's ridiculous. You know, normal, regular, everyday people do not have that kind of money to fling around on multiple different video games, right? So I always wait for a good discount sale. And I remember I'll tell this story because I think that this is honestly a very, very, very valuable, like valuable tool to be able to use. So maybe a couple months ago, there was a sale on Steam, right? Where Ghost of Tsushima, I think it was discounted and it was on sale for like $40 on Steam. I think the normal price is like, yeah, $60 or something. But it was on sale, $40. And I was like, okay, 40 is not bad. And I thought to myself, is there a way that I can find it for even cheaper than $40? And so I used two different websites. There's two websites out there, and if you have no idea what these are, I recommend looking them up, right? One of them is called isthereanydeal.com, and then there's another one called gg.deals. These two websites, they will essentially show different retailers that have the games for sale and what price that they have them. And, you might be thinking, oh, well, some of those online retailers, they might not be trustworthy. They might be a little bit questionable, right? The two websites, Is There Any Deal and GG Deals, they have two different sections. So when you search for a game, it'll show you kind of at the top the official, like, trusted, reputable retailers such as Steam. There's another website called greenmangaming.com. All these different official retailers that have been selling games for many years and that are legitimate, right? And then down below, there will be another section of websites that are, kind of less trustworthy. They're ones that are you have to be skeptical about, right? You have to be very careful buying from. And so it'll show you like a list of the different prices. So I use both GG Deals and isthereanydeal.com. And I remember that on one of those two websites, I think it was GG Deals, but it might have been the reverse. On one of those websites, I saw that there was a retailer selling Ghost of Tsushima for the cheapest price out of all, and that website was newegg.com. And if you have never heard of Newegg, Newegg is actually a very, very, very popular, well-known computer hardware retailer. They sell CPUs, GPUs, they sell like computer desktop cases, I think, and all sorts of different, hardware parts, right? For building a PC and stuff like that. I would say a lot of the time, if you are custom building a PC, newegg.com is one of the most well-known, reputable online retailers. So Newegg actually had Ghost of Tsushima, and they were selling it. And on Newegg, I think it was like 32 US dollars plus tax. So overall, maybe about like $35, $36 maximum. And you compare that to Steam, where I would be paying $40 plus tax, which would add up to be about $45 for Ghost of Tsushima. So, I got a really, really good deal on this game compared to the full retail price, and I ended up buying it. But yeah, basically before I found this game on newegg.com, I just felt like the price was a little bit too expensive for me, which is why it took me so long to eventually get around to this game. And of course, I've had other video games that I have wanted to stream. So, I enjoyed playing those other video games on my list before Tsushima was started. So yeah. About the underscore, Twitch does not allow 3-letter names. Huh. Yeah, I can see why, because 3-letter names might be a little bit hard to search or might be a little bit hard to, yeah, a little bit hard to distinguish uniqueness between people. Yeah. Just got Sekiro on a huge sale. Yeah. I think I bought Sekiro for... I think I paid like maybe $30 maximum for Sekiro, and it was so worth it. Absolutely worth it. You can use ChatGPT and it will use all the resources. That's fair. Yeah, yeah. AI can definitely, kind of compile information together for sure. You trust Kinguin so much and G2A and K4G. Interesting. I think I've heard of those retailers. I've definitely heard of G2A, and the thing about G2A is that like I've never bought anything from them myself, but what I've heard is that there are both like positive stories of people getting really good deals, but there's also some negative stories of people getting, potentially scammed from that website. I don't know the specific details, I don't know the intricate stories, but yeah, yeah, yeah. You got Ghost for $27 on Steam during sale. Interesting. I wonder, so A7, if you are yeah, like basically what I'm thinking, and maybe it's just me living underneath a rock, and I was not paying attention to Steam sales enough, but as far as I'm aware, um, on Steam, Ghost of Tsushima has never been as low as $27. So what my theory is that you maybe potentially live in a different country. You might be outside of the US. And if you're outside the US, you very likely get different discount prices than we do. Um, yeah, yeah, yeah. $27 is a really, really good deal. So if you were able to snatch this game for that price, absolutely massive W right there. But yeah, in the US here, they have different pricing. And I think the lowest that it's been on Steam specifically is like 40 US dollars, as far as I remember. So yeah, let's see. Shop smartly and you can't get scammed. Yeah, that's the thing about you know, the thing about like websites such as G2A and other similar retailers is I would say the number one thing that you need to look at whenever you are shopping with these types of retailers is you need to take a look at what their return policy is, what their return and refund policy is. If they have a good one, they're usually trustworthy. If they have a crappy one, do not buy from them because that return slash refund policy will determine how much you get scammed or how much you don't get scammed. So yeah, yeah, yeah. Can you post a link? So I believe A7 that when a person posts a link in my chat, like I have moderation settings in place where you can post a link, but it will be censored for everyone, right? So when you post a link, it will appear as like 3 different asterisks in a row, and it won't show the link at all. So only you will be able to see the link. So I would recommend against posting a link. I would recommend against it. If you want to, talk about a specific website, you can talk about it, without putting .com, without putting the entire URL hyperlink. You can just say this website is really good for blah 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 blah. But yeah, I have moderation settings in place against links. Mainly the big reason why is because when you are a smaller streamer like I am, a lot of the time you end up getting attacked by botted accounts that come in and they say like, oh, get free or free viewers from this blah 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 website or whatever, right? And so to avoid those bot attacks on Twitch, I have my moderation settings in place so that what's it called? So that like you yeah, yeah, so that basically links are not maliciously posted and people don't get like viruses and stuff like that, right? Yeah, my moderation settings are primarily aimed at combating bot attacks is what it is. It's not like, oh, I'm trying to ruin the chat experience for everyone. Yeah. Very well-known website, SteamDB. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. I actually do take a look at SteamDB every once in a while. I'll give you an example, right? So, there's a franchise out there, which is the Yakuza franchise, right? Like a Dragon. The Yakuza franchise, I own some of the games. I do not own Yakuza 0, 1, or 2, but I own 3 through 6. And I've been waiting to get 0, 1, and 2, and I've been taking a look at Steam DB, comparing what is the lowest historical price, comparing that to the current price of the game, on Steam or basically just trying to determine whether it's like a worthwhile purchase for me. So SteamDB is a very very good resource. If people out there don't know about it, the full like link is steamdb.info, I believe. And you can go to that website, you can search up any game, and it will show you the historical, price fluctuation for that game, to be able to tell like, okay, when is the best time to buy it, and should I commit the money now, or should I wait for a sale in the future, right? SteamDB is a fantastic resource. Wearing an IEM, I am. That's a fantastic question, A7. So I am wearing an IEM earbuds, and since A7 brought it up, right? If he did not ask the question, I would not have talked about this. So this IEM right here, people out there, if you're wondering like what brand it is, what model it is, this is the Sennheiser IE200 is the model name for it. And these IEMs are really, really good. I love them. I've used them for a very long time. Unfortunately, you might be wondering like, why am I wearing it in only one ear? Like, what am I doing? So I can show you guys here if my webcam will pick it up. This earbud right here is broken. Yeah, I don't know if my camera's focusing on it, but essentially you can kind of see like the wire right here. There's no earbud tip. The right side earbud, it ended up breaking. And so the crazy thing is, right? I honestly have no idea why it happened. Like I don't that there was nothing that I did to these earbuds that would have justified it breaking in the way that it did. Essentially, what I believe happened is the earbud tip for the right earbud. I believe that there is a sort of adhesive. There's like this glue that connects the earbud tip to the plastic, right? The actual earpiece itself. And the adhesive glue, I believe what happened is it ended up melting and it ended up getting loose. So the earbud tip, it kind of fell out. And, what would happen is the earbud tip, it fell out. And the, because these earbuds, they have wires, right? The electrical wires that run through it. The wire was the only thing connecting the earbud tip to the actual earpiece itself. And because the adhesive got loose and the earbud tip fell out, the wire was like being pulled on, right? So eventually it snapped the wire, and the earbud tip completely broke off. So unfortunately, these earbuds are broken. What's it called? You know, I did reach out to the customer support team, right? I reached out to Sennheiser about this, and they said that basically I should be able to get a replacement if I file for like a warranty type claim. So I need to do that at some point. But basically these earbuds are my only streaming earbuds that I have, that I use. So it's like, yeah, it's kind of hard for me to deal with the warranty stuff, because in order to do the whole warranty thing, get a replacement, I believe that I need to take these earbuds and I need to like ship them. I need to mail them to the manufacturer, and they'll send me a replacement in the mail. So yeah. You've always had issues finding earbuds that fit properly. You guess you've got weird sized ears. Yeah, that is like an issue. So, I'll give an example. I have a pair of Bluetooth earbuds that I absolutely love, right? Fantastic earbuds. They are the Jabra Elite. And I think the model is like Jabra Elite 87T or something like that. Basically just completely wireless Bluetooth earbuds that you pop into your ears. They fit me perfectly fine, and I love them. But my mother, I've tried to let her borrow the earbuds. When she tried to wear them, I guess it was like too the size of the earbuds were too big for her ears. She has like smaller ears than I do, I guess, and so it wouldn't fit her. But I would say that like earbuds such as the IEMs, like A7 mentioned, IEMs are typically, I would say, pretty flexible when it comes to, different sized ear tips and being able to, you know, adjust to comfortability that a person has with earbuds. It is a tough thing. Yeah, I think that's why, if you have the ability to, I don't really know if it's an option, but if you have the ability to, I would recommend trying out earbuds and seeing if they actually fit before you purchase them. That is not always possible, but if you can do so, I do recommend it. Yeah. You had a headphone that you dropped from a foot long and was destroyed internally. Oh crap. Yeah, that's rough. That is really rough. Yeah. Um Headphones and earbuds can be very fragile things if you are not careful with them. Yeah, they can be really really tough. I will say that like other than the right earbud breaking for these IEMs, I do highly recommend these Sennheiser IE200s. They are, you know, generally good quality. And the reason why I still recommend these earbuds is because I believe the only reason why these earbuds they broke for me is because recently, like maybe about a month ago or something, I traveled to I took an international trip to visit my family all the way in Malaysia, right? So I have family over there, and if you guys know anything about Malaysia, it is a country that can get very, very, very hot. It is not a cool, cold country. It's not good, nice, chill weather. It can get very, very hot and humid in Malaysia. And I'm pretty sure that because I took these earbuds with me on that trip to Malaysia, the heat in that area probably ended up melting the glue in the earbuds. Um, so yeah, you gotta be very, very, very careful with technology in hot areas. So yeah. You tried many and you ended up with JBL Tune Flex good earbuds. Hell yeah, hell yeah. JBL I think is a very respected, very very high quality brand for sound. Whether you're buying a speaker, whether you're buying earbuds, headphones, stuff like that. So yeah. You live in Saudi Arabia. That is that is a country that does have a lot of heat. Yeah, yeah. Saudi Arabia is not a place where you go to cool off. Hmm. Yeah, it's tough. This is why like so A7, the only reason why I had these earbuds break is because when I was in Malaysia, right, I took these earbuds with me. So I took them like outside, I took them everywhere that I traveled. But, let's say that hypothetically, right, you live in Saudi Arabia, right? If you only stay at home in Saudi Arabia, right, you don't take your headphones outside, you don't take your earbuds outside like these, you probably won't have the same problems, right? You won't have the same issues. If you only use your earbuds at home, then they'll be fine. Um, but yeah, I mean, like like I don't think headphones will have any sort of like concern of potentially melting, right? And being susceptible to the temperatures in Saudi Arabia. At least that would be my guess. You've had JBL speakers for years. They're great. They are. They are indeed. Yeah. If you're gonna get an IEM for the PC, IEM it would be for the PC, JBL for the outside world. That's fair. That's fair. A funny story, sure. Go ahead, lay it on me, A7. Feel free to. Yeah. JBL, great company. Jabra, I think is also a good company. Sennheiser, great company. What else is there? I do know that like Bose is a very, very popular, sound audio company, right? I don't really trust, for example, the kind of Beats by Dre, the whole Apple audio stuff. I don't really trust that, but these companies, I do appreciate them. Yeah. All right. So while A7 regales me with his story, while he types that up in the chat, I'm gonna go ahead and continue where we were before, and hopefully this time I don't end up dying, but we'll see. Okay, so we need to get to the rowboats, not this big boat here. Okay, I'll take him out silently, stealthily. Hey, where are these enemies? There's 2 of them there. Do I have to kill them? I might have to. Chappie said, you mean for your PlayStation you use Turtle Beach and you always have for console? They're also very good. Yeah, I think Turtle Beach for console gaming specifically is totally respectable. I think that it's a very trustworthy brand for sure. But I don't really know if Turtle Beach is like, great for PC gaming. Yeah, maybe there are people who can confirm or deny, right? Okay, let's take him out. What I need to try to do with this guy is I need to try to get behind him if possible and sneak attack. I don't really want to deal with him head on, but I might be forced to if he, focuses his attention. Nicely done. I think I got hurt there by the fire. That's not good. I honestly have no idea where my NPC buddy went. Alright, nice. We made the objective. I'm happy about that. Man, it's so pitch black. Alright. Search the ship for food. Oh, damn. Nicely done. Alright, let's see here. Did I miss any messages? It looks like I did. Let me read what you guys said here. You had JBL earbuds before the one you have right now, but one day you were in the restroom. They ended up in the toilet. Ooh, had to fish them out. Those weren't any special waterproof or resistant to water yet. Hmm. But you can still hear them play after you took it out of the water. From that day onward, you respected JBL for their build quality? Hell yeah. That's honestly like a really, really cool, you know, yeah, really cool save where you thought that the earbuds would be gone forever, but you know, the quality of JBL stood the test of the waters, right? Well, looks like there's ads going. I apologize, chat. Badly timed right there. Chappie, I'll respond to your comment after the ads are over. So I'll go ahead and wait for the ads to be done. Not sure how good for PC, and you know there are better options out there regardless, but for the price and reliability, you've always loved Turtle Beach. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the most important things, you know, like if you are in the market for buying, you know, an audio device, whether it's headphones, whether it's earbuds, right? Affordability is something extremely important. Um you never want to compromise on affordability just because, you know, some people out there say like, "Oh, the sound is such good quality," right? Um yeah, I think that being able to afford the price, being able to say like, yeah, I think that, you know, the value of these earbuds or the value of these headphones, it is equal to the price point, right? That is something very extremely important for sure. Yeah. All right. I think the ad should be done now. We should be back from ads at this moment. Um, I mean, listen, if Turtle Beach is something that, you know, yeah, if Turtle Beach does the job, if it has good sound quality and it's affordable for you, go for it, right? You know, I'll tell you guys this story. So there's um there's an IRL friend of mine that I have who's also a streamer, and I really want to kind of nudge him into streaming more because he doesn't stream that often. Um, so this friend of mine, he is a self-proclaimed audiophile, which means that he loves you know, earbuds and headphones and stuff like that. And I remember that, you know, one day he he showed me a new pair of headphones that he got. And apparently these headphones are kind of like supposedly they are claimed to be one of the best sound quality headphones to ever exist in the market right now. And, you know, he told me whenever I tried out his headphones, he told me how much he paid for them. It was over $1,000 for a pair of headphones. And I was like, listen, I don't care what kind of godly sound quality that this claims to have. There is no headphone out there, no earbud out there that I would pay $1,000 for. Absolutely not. Because I'm gonna be honest, I tried the headphones that he bought and I listened to music through them. It sounded basically the same, right, as these earbuds that I have right here. And I have a pair of headphones right here. These headphones that I have at most probably cost like $200, and I don't think that it sounds that significantly worse than the $1,000 plus headphones that my friend bought. So, yeah, like I don't care. Like I'm not paying that money for something that I just need to listen to, you know, music on or listen to videos on, right? Like it's at some point you have to take a look at um the value of the item and the cost, right? You have to do a cost benefit analysis where it's like, is the price worth the value you're getting out of it, right? And I think the answer for those headphones was a big fat no. A7 said you're not using it anymore because there's so much bacteria in the water and your ears are sensitive, so you ain't risking your health over a couple hundred. Yeah, yeah, that's fair. I mean, above all else, right, A7, your health and your safety comes first. You know, it's not worth risking that for a pair of headphones, for a pair of earbuds. Yeah. Chappie said it's ridiculous. The most you have paid for headphones is $500. No, like A7, even that price to me is incredibly expensive. Like, yeah, that's an investment in earbuds. You know, if to me, if I were to buy something, you know, earbuds, headphones, whatever, for $500, that has to last me like 10 years. That thing cannot break. It cannot die in less than 10 years, right? If that thing fails me in less than 10 years, that is a garbage quality headphone right there. Usually spend around 150 Australian, which is about 100 USD. Yeah, that's fair. I think these earbuds right here, these IEMs, they were roughly about 80 USD, 80 USD. And then, you know, like these, so the headphones that I have right now, I don't use these headphones because I have a big fat head and I also wear glasses, right? So when I put headphones on my head, right, they kind of push against the side of my head and they hurt after a little while. I can't wear headphones for a long time. These headphones, basically my brother gave them to me for free, and you know, he doesn't use them anymore. He has his own pair of headphones that's apparently even better quality. So I did not pay anything for the headphones. I would say these headphones at most cost 200 USD, but probably a little bit less than that. Yeah. Astro A50X. Still using it right now. That's good. That's good. If you're still kicking it with those headphones that are expensive, that's great. Yeah. Found the IEMs for $112 on Amazon. Yeah, I mean, depending on, like, obviously regional pricing is going to be different. But I think, like, basically what happened is I bought these ones. There was like a little bit of a discount sale. So on Amazon, they had a period of time where these earbuds, you could buy them and it was like maybe 20% off or something like that, right? And so I bought these for like 80, 90 USD. I didn't buy it for, you know, the I guess like quote unquote retail price, right? The 120 or 130 or whatever it normally is. So yeah, these earbuds, really good quality. I do highly recommend them. If you're looking for IEMs that are affordable, these ones are good, really good. So yeah. Okay, let's continue on with the gameplay. Where did we get up to? We found the ship and we're looting the ship is what we're doing. Let me make sure I get all the materials that I want.
ない。
Okay.
刀比べは煩わしかったのか。
気づいてくれたか。
Smoke bomb.
何もないな。早く言えばよかったものを。
言いたくても会えなかったな。さあ、昔の話だ。
ないな。兵糧はあったか。
いや、隣の船かもな。聞こえたか。4人、いや5人はいる。
逃げ場はないな。戦うぞ。
てめえら、いい船だな。
Oh shit.
さあ急ぐぞ。
Okay.
周辺がいるぞ。突っ込むの
I
か
need
よ。
to find
新手が来た。
the,
殺せ。
武将、
Where are the arrow guys?
No shot!
Nope. Oh, get me out of there. Oh, get me out of there. Oh, that's not good. There we go. Arrow guys are gone. No. Let's get away from there. Dude, all these guys are so dangerous. Nicely done. Okay. Oh, that's not nice. Wow, this guy is tough. Yeah, that is painful. Crazy.
新手が来た。殺せ。
Yeah, that's insane. All right, let me see. What did I miss here? To be fair, you were lucky your current headphones were 220 down to 130 AUD. That's a really nice discount. We keep interrupting your gameplay, are we yappers? I mean, here's the secret, A7, and if, you know, streamers on Twitch tell you otherwise, they're lying out of their butt. I would say the majority of streams on Twitch, and I would say, like, to clarify, the majority of good quality Twitch streams that exist out there, it is just yapping with a background of video gaming. The video gaming is never the you know, focus of the content. It's always the yapping. That's the best part. That's the best part. The game volume is louder than you, FYI. Oh, okay. Should I turn down the game volume? Yeah, I can probably do that. I've tried messing around with the audio. Okay, cool. The audio in this game. But the thing is that sometimes it's tough because I remember, like, I would lower the game audio. And even though I lowered it, it would still kind of not really change that much. And what I ended up having to do is I had to, like, go into OBS and I had to lower the maximum potential volume of the game in OBS. So let me try. I'm gonna lower it to 40 for everything here. The dialogue, though, I want to be able to hear the dialogue. As long as the dialogue is, like, you know, loud and clear, I'm happy about that. And then we'll see if it ends up being better than before. Let's try 70. See if that works. That's still pretty high. Yeah, that's still pretty high. Man, I don't know. Maybe I should just, like, do the faster thing and edit my OBS volume here. Let's go to advanced audio properties. 70%. Let's try doing 50%. Like that. Okay. And then we'll test it out. Let me open up Tsushima. I think that's a little bit better. A little bit. It's still quite high, I would say. Maybe I can lower it a little bit more if it still continues to be a problem. So A7 or Chappie, if you guys want to, shout at me and be like, hey streamer, turn it down even more, then I'll do that. But yeah, right now I put my OBS, like the game output, to 50%. Turtle Beach Stealth 700s. Nice. Yeah, automod can be a little bit trippy. Planning to joke around and call you peasant, but those are good headphones, damn. Yeah, Twitch automod can be very sensitive, and the thing is that, like, usually with Twitch automod, what you have to do is, like, you can't really, I think, preemptively go and design the auto mod. You have to kind of wait for auto mod to activate, and then you're like, okay, do I want to allow this, or do I want to allow that, or do I want to deny it? And you have to, like, kind of fine tune auto mod at that time. Still high, at least we can hear you. Raise your volume in OBS. Is my voice volume right now, is it quiet to you guys, or is it like, is it normal? I'm very curious about this, because I feel like my voice volume is normal, but I don't know if it's too quiet for y'all. I would assume, my assumption is that my voice volume is fine. You would say so? You would say that it's normal, or would you say that it's quiet? Because I can increase my volume, like my voice volume in OBS. Okay, yeah. Feels like your mic is on the screen. So my mic is actually up here in the corner. Like, you guys can't see it on the webcam, but my mic is basically kind of off to the side. If you were to imagine, you see my webcam, the edge of the webcam, it's like right outside the edge. I could amplify my voice even more and make it even louder, but I worry that it would end up potentially being too loud and be a little bit of a jump scare. Shotgun mic? No. This one is it's a USB microphone, and it's actually a pretty good quality microphone, one that I really enjoy. It's the what's the name of it? Why am I blanking? Hold on, let me see here. I'm blanking on the name of my own microphone. Yeah. It's Audio Technica. That's the brand of the microphone. Audio Technica 2020. It's a USB microphone. But it, like, one of the good things about it is that I can keep it away from my face, and I can yap, and it'll capture that audio. Shouldn't be that far away from your mouth. Yeah, I think, like, one of the things that I've always done when it comes to streaming is that, I've never really enjoyed the idea of having this, like, giant object in front of my face, right? I feel like the only time that you should really have a microphone in front of your mouth is if you're doing, like, for example, a singing stream, like you're doing karaoke or something, or you're doing, like, a podcast, right, where you keep the microphone in front of your face and you yap into the microphone. But otherwise, I just feel like, why should it take up you know, an area of your screen, an area of your webcam. But yeah. Shouldn't be that far away from your mouth. You can increase the gain or bring it closer. Yeah, I think like, you know, let me see here. If I go to filters, I think it's filters. Ratio, threshold, attack, release, output gain. So my output gain is 7 decibels currently right now, and I could turn it up if I wanted to, but I have not so far. Used to do it to scream at viewers. They love the reaction. Yeah, so there's two things about that A7, right? So number one, I'll start off with a very quick and simple thing. I live with my family, right? So I live with my mom and I live with my brother. And my household, first of all, my like family, they don't really care that I stream, right? Like they don't really um hate that I stream, I would say, but they're not really like fans of it that I live stream. And I do know for a fact that like if I were to be very loud, if I were to, you know, scream and whatever, when live streaming, they would definitely be less happy and they would definitely be not very supportive of me doing live streaming stuff. So I don't want to be a nuisance to my family, right? I don't want to bother them. And then the second thing, which is a little bit more of just like me personally, I have never ever been a streamer that enjoys like shouting and screaming, right? I've seen, you know, for example, I've seen YouTube clips or Twitch clips or whatever of, for example, massive streamers, huge streamers that have hundreds, thousands of viewers, right? And they scream and they shout and they yell, right, all the time. That has never been my style of streaming, right? If you watch, for example, right, you guys are people who watch Banjo the Uncle, right? You view his streams probably quite often. I would say that Banjo is also a streamer who typically stays very calm and composed. I rarely ever see him scream or shout, ever. And I think that is the type of streamer that I am as well. I don't really do that sort of stuff. Mainly just because, like, you know, there is this idea that some people have where they think mentally in their head, they're like, okay, the louder something is, the more funny that it'll be. I don't agree with that. I think that this idea that loud equals funny is not true. And you know, the thing is, people have different senses of humor, right? The idea of comedy is very subjective, but I do not agree with those people who find loud things to be funny. That's not my mentality. I kind of, what I tend to see is that a lot of the time the loud equals funny, those are usually people who are younger and people who, in my personal opinion, from my perspective, they are not as mature as some other people. Like, I look at a streamer such as Banjo, I see him as a very respectable, mature streamer. Someone who is an adult, who knows what he, you know, likes, what he dislikes, and what kind of streamer he wants to be, and he does that. The people out there who agree with the loud equals funny idea, I see them as having a lower maturity level, which is not necessarily like always a bad thing, but I prefer people who have a higher maturity level. That's just my personal opinion. Let's see, you said you and I are from Asia. That's normal, but how do your US friends react to that info? Honestly, so I would say, right, A7, a lot of my friends that I have here in the US, first of all, I have, you know, friends of mine who are from all over the world, right? Like I have friends of mine who are you know, their family is Asian, or you know, their family might be like South American, right? So not all of my friends are like the traditional American white male or female, right? Um, but I would say generally speaking, my friends are kind of the same as me, where we are all mature grown adults. We don't really love the um, loud equals funny type content, right? Like we might go on social media and view clips, view videos where that type of, you know, comedy is portrayed, but we don't really what's it called? We don't really act that way ourselves, basically. He's an uncle, that's why. I mean, if he's an uncle, then I would probably say I'm kind of a grandpa in terms of how I behave, how I live my life. But yeah, I mean, Banjo is a very mature adult for sure. Not acting loudness, it's just four. I think that was meant to say four. Four reaction. Them seeing your loud reactions is funny because you were triggered, for an example. I guess so. I suppose that could be right. Let's see. Not acting loudness, it just true reaction. Oh, true reaction. Yeah, that's the thing. You know, I don't know if people out there can relate to this, but hmm. So okay, I guess I guess I'll use two different examples for what I'm about to say, right? So example number one, let's talk about Ghost of Tsushima, right? In this game, there's a lot of combat. You fight a lot of enemies, and you have the you know, the risk, the danger of dying to enemies, right? Um, just as you've probably seen me die many times since I've done today's stream, right? Um, if I'm playing, you know, like an action RPG game or a Souls game, for example, right? And I die from an enemy, I basically never ever scream or shout. I always die, and I always just kind of like sit there and look very disappointed. That's kind of the way I am. You know, I die and I'm like, ah man, what a bummer. Like I failed that. I sucked and I died, right? I'm not really the type of person where I kind of am very jumpy. You know, I'm not someone who just has that little kid energy in me where I die and I'm like, oh my god, you know, and I freak out and I scream and shout. Like that's never really been the way that I behave. Yeah, I don't really have an explanation of why. I think it's just the way that I have naturally grown up over time. So that's like one example where if I'm playing like an action game, if I'm playing a Souls game and I die, I don't really have a big major reaction to it, right? And then, you know, let's say that if, for example, if I die in an action game, in a Souls game, and you know, if I get angry, right? Um, if I get angry, if I get upset because I died, I definitely do not rage out of it. Like I definitely do not shout in frustration, and I don't like, you know, there are some streamers out there, for example, who they'll die and they'll like slam their desk or something like that, right? I'm not that type of human being. I don't usually behave that way. Mainly because I think probably one of the things that plays into it is, let's say that I'm playing a Souls game, or we can even talk about Tsushima, right? We can talk about Ghost of Tsushima. In the back of my head, I know for a fact that I can do whatever it is that I want to achieve, like whatever boss it is that I'm trying to kill, whatever objective I'm trying to complete. I know I can do it. I know it's possible. I know that eventually it'll happen. And so because I am confident in my ability to kind of, you know, get past any obstacle and secure the victory at some point, I don't ever allow my emotions, allow myself to get worked up over it. I just think to myself, it's okay. This is practice. We go through it, right? And we try again, we try again, we try again. And you know, and yeah, basically with action games, with Souls games and whatnot, I've died hundreds of times. I've died thousands of times, and no matter what, I don't give up, because that's just the type of gamer that I try to be in my life. But yeah. And then, you know, I would say that in the case of like for example, playing horror games, right? Number one, I don't really play horror games at all. Mainly just because I don't consider them to be fun. I don't really consider them to be interesting. But also I think that, like, you know, if I were playing a horror game and I were to get scared, I would say I'm not really someone who's a screamer. Like, I'm the type of person where I would get scared, like a jump scare, for example. And what would probably happen is I would just like be sitting here in my chair, right? And then let's say a jump scare happened. I'd be like, you know, I'd physically jump, or I'd jolt, you know. But I don't shout. I don't scream. Just because that's not like a natural gut reaction for me when playing a horror game. But yeah. Meant living with your family. Yeah, so the really interesting thing is, right, A7. Actually, you know what? I think there's like 10 seconds left on ads. I'm gonna wait until the ads are over to answer this, because this question is a really good question that I never really thought much about. Um, Okay, looks like ads might be done now, so I'll go ahead and answer this question, right? So A7, you said, how do your friends feel about living with family? So, you know, I'm not really sure. It's quite interesting, right? This idea that maybe people outside of the US, right? People in Saudi Arabia, people in Asia, people in Europe and whatever, people outside the US, I'm not really sure what their perspective of Americans are. But I think the really interesting thing is, if people outside of the US are not they're not taught about this stuff, if they are not educated about the kind of perceptions of people in the US, right? I can give a very, you know, quick, simple answer to that question, right? The idea of like, how do Americans feel about the idea of living with family, right? I would say that the answer is, there is no there's no like negative emotion that is tied to it, right? There is no negative kind of perspective about it here in the US, because the thing is that I have met so many different Americans here in the US who also live with their family. You know, they're maybe in their 20s, right? They might have graduated from college, maybe they're still in college, and they're living with their parents, right? The area that I live in, right? So I live in the northwestern United States. This area, it is extremely difficult to be able to you know, get a job, get a career that pays you good money and allows you to live comfortably, because, you know, one of the problems we have in this area is that the real estate is very expensive. Whether you're talking about renting an apartment, whether you're talking about buying a house, maybe like, you know, renting a townhouse or a condominium, right? Any type of real estate that you can imagine, that you can think of, it is very pricey here. And so a lot of the time, young people, whether you're, American, whether you're Asian, whether you're European, no matter what ethnicity you are, a lot of the time you end up living with your parents until you are able to, secure yourself a really well-paying job and be able to move out, be able to afford, rent, afford a mortgage, that type of stuff. So even among, American, adolescents, right? I think that it's no one ever I have never ever encountered someone here where I live talk to me, and when I tell them, like, yeah, I live with my parents, no one has ever been like, wow, you're a big fat loser. You're someone who, is worthless, and you are a terrible human being for staying with your parents, right? Like, no one ever insults you about it, right? It's not something that people use to look down upon you condescendingly. I think it's mainly just because basically everyone here in the US, regardless of culture, regardless of ethnicity, we are all kind of put into the same, sort of economic situation, right? When the country is failing economically, it does not really, it does not mean that, oh yeah, only the white American people succeed while everyone else fails, right? That's never how the economic problems occur. It's always very widespread, and it's something that does not really discriminate on race or culture or ethnicity or anything like that. So yeah, I would say that generally people here where I live are very empathetic, very understanding. They don't see that as a crime or as an offensive thing, right? And yeah, I think more and more Americans are becoming comfortable with the idea of staying with family as long as they need to, in order to survive. So yeah, but yeah. Anyways, as I said, if we feel the need to continue adjusting the game audio to lower it a little bit, I absolutely will. But let's try this out for the time being. 50% volume. We'll see if this helps at all. All right. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna restart from last checkpoint. Yeah, let's do that.
新手が来た。殺せ。
There we go. Man, that's rough, chat. That is rough. This is a very dangerous battlefield.
新手が来た。殺せ。
You're renting a 100 square mile-ish apartment for $3,200 a year. That's honestly not a bad price, like, for the US. Yeah, the US rent prices. Wow, that guy hit me from very far away. That's rough. This is a hard objective, chat.
新手が来た。殺せ。
Nice. Nicely done. There we go. Okay, we got the leader. Hell yeah. He's dead. Easy money.
ここにもなけりゃ次の船にあるはずだ。
俺が行こう。ここは任せる。
流行るなよ。
Don't you worry, buddy. I'll survive. Somehow. Okay. Any other loot that I can pick up? Meters, not miles? Oh, yeah. I don't know why I said square miles. That is... The funny thing is, right, even here in the US, we do not say square miles, right? No one really says that when talking about the size of a building. I think the only time that someone says square miles is if they're talking about, like, you know, owning a farm, and they're like, ah, yes, my farm is square miles big, right? But if you're talking about an apartment, if you're talking about a house, you always use meters. So for some reason, my brain short-circuited there. That's my fault. Wish you got 100 miles of land. That would be incredible. 100 miles of land. Give me that. Absolutely. Yeah. Alright, so I need to go to this other ship over there. Let me see. Okay, there's a walkway. That's good. Nope. Not the water. Why am I here? Is there a way I can climb up? Surely there's a ladder. There we go. Hey, there's a ladder here. Ooh, nicely done. That was clean. One guy there, one guy there, one guy there. One guy way back here. Is this guy outside? Can I take him down? Or is he inside? Looks like he's inside, okay. So as long as I don't, like, step inside that area, I'll be fine. Ooh, that was a sick one. Oh shit.
勇気を持って敵を見据える。ジョニー・ジョーズルは臆病の印。
お許しを、おじ。
Yeah, unfortunately, looking them in the eye and whatnot, don't really care about that as long as I get a sick, you know, kill from above. Ooh, that was clean, baby. Any more enemies?
Terun have Dulberga. Yav Chihuch, Gishde Bolgomste.
Come on, buddy.
Und Neghun Yavad Ben. Tishe.
Bye-bye. That was a nice sneak around. Really, really stealthy. I like that. A7 said, did you live all your life in the US? Yeah. So, I was actually not born in the US, A7. I was born overseas in a country that is essentially very, very close to, very nearby Russia, and is like an old member of the Soviet Union, right? One of the Slavic countries. And I was born there, and then when I was a very, very young child, basically 1 year old, my family moved here to the US and settled down. So I've essentially lived my entire life here. I have, traveled to my home country several times, and I've had the blessing of being able to spend time with my extended family. But yeah, like I have basically lived almost my entire full life here in the US, which I'm very, very grateful for, very, very thankful, without a doubt. So yeah. Mongol war plans. On order of the Khan, send 1,000 men north to Toyotama region. Maintain supply lines across Izuhara region. Command assignments follow: Batar, Azamo Komatsu prefectures, Nugai, Ariake, Tsutsu prefectures, Temuge, Yarikawa prefecture, Altan, Otsuna prefecture, Bartu Kin prefecture, and then Dogshin, Jogaku prefecture. Interesting.
竜蔵と話そう。この船にもないか。何かあるはずだが。
I feel kind of bad for our friend, because basically what we're trying to do here is we're trying to hunt down food for him and his men. And so far, we have found 0 food available on these ships. So that is not a positive thing. Where did Ryozo go? Did I miss him? Is he hanging around somewhere? They got my boy. I think they got my boy. That's not good. Nope. There we go. Took him down, finally.
助立ちなんてなくても倒せたぜ。
だろうな。
あのデカっ腹見たか。食い物は奴の腹ん中だよ。
That's a good joke.
どうしよ
Oh, time to
う
run.
俺たちの食い物が龍蔵逃げるぞ行くぞ
Time to jump, baby.
見つからねえよ隠れなければあそこに身を隠せそうだ食い物持って帰るって約束したのに空手で戻るとはな別の手を考えようそれまでに全滅しちまうぞ船でこれを見つけた敵の兵略図だ補給路が乗ってるか地図も書かれていた役に立とうよこせ抜け駆けするつもりか俺は奴らを養わなきゃならんお前とは違うその地図がいるんだ金田の木には来てくれるな約束しよう姿を見られるなお前のようにか
I respect this guy. I do think that it's not very wise for him to, you know, kind of deal with those Mongol, those Mongol-controlled regions by himself. But, you know, I think he's capable. Alright, nice. 2 skill points. Let's fucking go. Alright, let's see here. How many languages do I speak? If you're talking about fluently, A7, the answer is 1, English. I will say that in high school, I did study a little bit of Spanish, but my Spanish is extremely basic, very rudimentary. And then I do know how to speak a little bit of Japanese as well. But, you know, in terms of like my mother and father's languages, right? Like my native languages, I don't know how to speak them, unfortunately. You know, my father, when I was like a young child, he tried to get me and my brother to learn, basically learn Chinese, but Chinese is an extremely difficult language to, you know, master. And when I was a kid, I had no interest in learning Chinese whatsoever. And then, you know, my father was not really a big supporter of my mom trying to teach us her native language because he felt like it was not really necessary. He felt like it was kind of a waste of time. And so, you know, we never really got the chance when I was a kid. But it would have been really nice if I could learn that stuff, you know? Alright, let's see here. What do we want to unlock? Mod or resolve? Ooh, unblockable spear attack. I like that. Okay. What's this one? Terrify. Huh, that's kind of cool. I'm gonna take this one. Because, yeah, gaining resolve from parrying or blocking is really, really nice. Yeah. I'll probably start working on this skill tree, the evasion one, because, you know, even though this ability is nice, I don't know. I feel like the situation where this skill would pop up is not very common, and you know, a 20% chance is not like crazy high. So it's like, yeah, I think these other abilities here on this skill tree would be more valuable for the time being. I'm gonna adjust the volume a little bit, chat, for you guys. I'll yeah, I'll turn down the volume just a little bit more so that you can maybe hear me a little bit better. But yeah. Okay. Let's see here. So now We have one more objective in Act 1, which is to rescue Lord Shimura. Okay. Let's see here. Armor, swordsmith, and bowyer have upgrades. Okay. Very nice. Fast travel currently disabled. Interesting. Okay. Heavenly Strike. That one's the side mission, the side tale. And then the Legend of Tadayori. Interesting. Okay. Komatsu Forge, Heavenly Strike. Interesting. Major legend increase. Okay. Azamo Bay. Fast travel currently disabled. Interesting.
もう小相手にはまだ足りぬ。
Is it enabled now? Ah, it is. Okay, perfect. So what's going on at Hiyoshi Inn? Why is it glowing golden? Is there something that I can get here? Maybe I can rest in the waters or something.
大変です。日吉の湯につながる橋が猛虎に奪われました。
往来の多い橋を奪えば日吉を攻めやすいからな。よし、様子を見に行こう。
ありがとうございます。
Okay. All right.
逃げられる。
志村様はご無事だよな。
ああ、元気ではないだろうな。
そう言うと思ったよ。
役立つものばかりです。
Let's see what this merchant has.
生きていらしたのですね。
なんとかな。どこかで会ったか。
ああ、いいえ、ただご出陣のお姿を見ただけです。これをお受け取りください。お探しの者へと誘う力があると言われています。
それはお主が持っていろ。
猛虎が怖くて私は動けません。もし道すがら花を見つけたらここに持ってきてもらえますか。いろいろ染め直しますよ。
覚えておこう。助かった。
Interesting. Traveler's attire. Very nice. Sword kits, bow, vanity gear, armor, dyes, and hats. Oh, I see. Interesting. Okay, so it looks like these are kind of like cosmetics. And I don't believe that this does really anything for like the stats, you know, of the weapon or the stats of the equipment. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. You can now track new locations with the guiding wind. Guiding wind target. Interesting. Okay, okay. All right. There's another mythic tale over here. Interesting. Okay, let's fast travel to the Golden Temple. And I think what I'll probably do is I'll upgrade my my sword capabilities. And then after that, we probably run out of material.
困っておる様子だが何があった？
北の集落でひどいいさかいがありまして、族と猛虎が殺し合ってたんです。
そやつらが揉めようと止める道理はないが、民が巻き込まれるのは避けたい。お主は逃げよ。俺が見てこよう。
Okay, map updated. So where is the armorer?
せっかく励んだってのにもったいない。ジン、こっちに来い。
What is this?
政子殿、ご家族の仇について何か？
形状の中に貞夫の名を見つけた。そやつは北の村長だ。
北は足立家の領地。なぜ刃を向けた？
恩知らずの裏切り者だからだ。夫が奴を村長に選んでやったというのに、あろうことか恩を仇で返すとはな。あの忌まわしき夜、奴は北から逃げたと聞いた。
あなたが生きていたからか。
貞夫は悪知恵の働く男だが、弟の八郎は能なしだ。寺の近くで食料を運ぶ姿を見かけたな。
おそらく隠れて兄に届けるのでしょう。
八郎をひっ捕らえてくれるわ。
Interesting. Okay, okay. The headman.
見失う前に出立するぞ。
Alright, let me find...
宿での件があったゆえ、寺においでとは思いもよらず。
貞夫の弟を見張るついでに一族を弔ってやりたかった。
すでに葬儀は済ませたのですか？
犯人を殺すまで辛抱する。
父上が死んだ夜に別れを告げたのですが、痛みは癒えました。
埋葬はし、おい！
Give me a second, Masako.
太刀のことならお任せください。酒井様、十分な素材をお持ちください。
Speed and stealth. Interesting, interesting.
磨き上げましたよ。
Okay, very nicely done.
その太刀が錆を知りませんよ。
またお侍が現れたらしいよ。年寄りで弓を持ってた。
どこもかしこもムクロだらけだ。もう怖い。
Interesting, so I can still get an upgrade from the armory as well as the
あなたをお
bow
守り
here.
するためなら腕を振るいましょう。
Let me see here. Reduces all damage by a major amount. Moderate increase to health. Taking damage grants 15% resolve. Reduces enemy detection speed by 20%. Moderate increase to melee damage. After leaving Pampa's grass while crouched, enemies will be much slower to detect you. Track artifacts with guiding wind. Traveling clears 20% more fog on the war map. A green firefly will appear when within 30 meters of an artifact. Okay. I'm gonna upgrade the samurai one. Yeah, let's upgrade this
猛
one.
虎の刃は通しません。
There we go. And then where's the bow upgrader? Not over here. Somewhere down here, maybe? Found them.
弓の修繕をいたしましょうか。
Let's upgrade it.
こちらでいかがでしょう。
Nicely done.
またお越しくださいませ。
Alright, we're all set, chat. So now we need to help out Masako with her little hunt for the traders.
埋葬はしたぞ。それで十分だ。今はな。
食事は毎日とっておられるのですか？
ああ、昨日は米と魚を少し。
若い武士でも腹を満たし腕を休ませねばなりませぬ。
お主、この私を年寄り扱いするんだ。
めっそうもない。
腕は動く。心配は無用だ。
I am quite surprised that we're jogging all the way there, rather than using, you know, our fine horses. Our adorable Hanses.
そろそろ八郎に追いつく頃だ。
どの道を行ったのでしょう。どちらも人が通っておる。調べてみましょう。近くにおるはず。
Alright, alright. Search for Hachi. It is very, very, very dark.
A そこにおる男、荷車を。
あれが八郎、貞夫の弟だ。
何も忘れてないよな。あれはどこだ。あったあった。さてた。
動いた。
では後をつけるぞ。近づきすぎて見つかるなよ。
おとなしくしていろよ。お前も餌が欲しいだろう。
Surely there's no way that he's gonna see us in this darkness, right?
今日は散歩日和だな。もし猛虎に出くわしでもしたら逃げ切ってくれよ。
先客だ。
あまり顔を出すでないぞ。
おい、荷車に何を乗せてきた。マヌケめ。
食べ物、飲み水、もろもろです。
見せろ。
ああ、こちらです。
酒をよこすって話だ。持ってきたか。
まだです。ですが、お客人に贈り物が。
話しておるな。
渡しておこう。
文を渡したのか。
では、またいつもの慈愛に。
ああ、頼むぞ。
荷車はいい。馬を追うぞ。
Trail the men on horseback. Got it.
八郎、マヌケな男よ。村長の弟だぞ。マヌケに変わらん。
でも奴の酒はうまいんだ。
諦めろ。今日は文しか持ってないぞ。
はあ、それはお前の命よりも大事だ。届け損ねれば村長に殺されてしまうぞ。
サダオは家族思いだな。
はあ、ろくな一族ではないぞ。
いとこは族だしな。
クタの村が不作になった時、騒乱が起きたことを覚えてるか。
あ
あ。抗う村人を殺した族は誰に雇われたと思う。
知ってる、サダオだろ。
卑怯な。
ああ、やはりな。
ああ。お前も喋りすぎると族に襲われるぞ。
So far, we seem to be doing well, chat. Where did she go? Oh, there she is. I was wondering where she ran off to.
光の家、族が固めておる。
貞夫の親族だ。本人は中におろう。
まだわかりませぬ。
何？すぐにわかるさ。
いざ勝負!
Oh shit, okay. Standoff time. Nicely done. Ow. Ugh. It is very, very difficult to see things. Ooh, okay, that's the shield move. There we go. Wow, that hit? Bye-bye. Bye-bye. No, you don't. Bye-bye. Alright. Where are you running off to? There you go.
ムクロに尋ねることはできませぬぞ。
中に人がおる。そやつに聞くさ。
私が話します。貞夫からの文、八郎が渡したもの、隠れ場はわからぬか。
Hina, word of my involvement in the Adachi massacre has gotten out. I'm sure it didn't come from you. You know the danger of talking. Not only to my life, but yours as well. Remain hidden and silent until I send for you. Trust in my cousins, their loyalty to me, and skill with the blade. If you meet anyone bearing this mon, take your own life. All my love, Sadao.
Hina, 貞夫の妻だ。
夫は濡れ衣です。犯人は猛虎に決まっております。
貞夫。
わかりません。
嘘をつくな。
お控えよ。まずここを立たねば。
館に連れて行くしかないな。
私を殺すつもりでしょう。
何も案ずることはない。
Okay. Well, we did not seem to find out where Sadao is. Interesting. But it seems like we're on the right pathway. Charm of Resolve utility charm. Hell yeah. A new gift is available. Ooh, Pog. Alright, let's see here, chat. Okay, okay. I think I'm starting to get a hang of how this game kind of works, where essentially you have like the main storyline, right? You have the main acts, and you know, when you have these different tales, the tales of Tsushima, each tale has multiple parts to it, and it seems like what you can do is you can complete, you know, all parts of each individual tale, or you can you know, kind of do one part and then focus on the main story quest line, the major kind of like developments, right? And you can focus on that. You can do that. Try to get to the next act of the game, instead of completing, right, the multiple different Tales of Tsushima. And you can probably, you know, complete these tales at a later time if you want to get more rewards, you know, get legend increase, minor melee charm, two silk, right? Anything that these quests are able to offer you, right? Um so yeah. Let's see here. Um what do we want to do next, chat? What do we want to do next? Hmm. I suppose going back to get our gift is not a bad idea. Fast travel.
猛虎のやつら石碑には傷一つつけてないんだな。
足立様の石碑を壊そうと思うほどの者がいるもんか。
ご機嫌いかがですか？
Oh, there's the gift. I found it. I was wondering if I passed by it. 100 supplies. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Okay. Let's see here. That's probably not a terrible idea. Um, Cost of iron. Not bad, not bad. Chappy. Alright, brother. It was nice to meet you. Off for the night. Take care. Hopefully you can catch me another time. Appreciate you, Chappy. Thank you so much, my good sir. It is quite late. In my time zone right now, it is 2:30 a.m. Very getting closer and closer to 3 a.m. in the morning. So I'm sure that you have plenty of things to do with your time, whether it's sleep, whether it's other responsibilities. So I appreciate you stopping by. Appreciate you saying hello, and it was wonderful, wonderful to meet you. Have a wonderful rest of your day or night. You know, take care of yourselves, right? But yeah, have a good one, Chappy. I hope to see you in the future, whether it's in my stream, whether it's in Banjo stream, doesn't matter. But yeah. All right. We do have these side missions that I think is a smart idea to do, especially if you know, this will unlock, you know, kind of fast travel points. I think that'll be valuable. Um, or we could focus on kind of like the main mission here. I would say these are not too far away from where we are currently, so we could probably go there, to be honest. Absolutely, Chappy. Thank you, man. Thank you. All right. Let's go Let's go here first. I think we'll start with that one.
頭が2つある鹿を見たって言ってたよな。あれは2頭の鹿が並んで立ってるだけだ。
浜はムクロで溢れているはず。
Okay.
誰かが片付けない。
Here we go, Kage. Ride like the wind, buddy. Alright, let's do this. Standoff time. Nicely done. Nicely done. I'll take that victory. Ooh, we got some steel. That's what we like to see. Okay. Okay. Okay, where are you, buddy? There you are. Let's ride, baby. So I think we need to go this way. You know, I'm gonna be honest, I still have no clue what I'm supposed to do at these fox dens. Like, I need to find what is called the Inari shrines. I need to find more of those, but I'm not sure what I need to do, you know, besides the Inari dens. So the fox dens and the Inari shrines, that is something I still do not 100% understand. But hopefully I'll figure it out at some point soon.
Samurai-sama! 橋を渡れないのです。
どうした？
日吉の湯へ向かう途中で橋を渡ろうとしたら猛虎が谷で待っていて下から矢を射始めたのです。
怪我人が？
文太、私の甥です。
おとりにされておるのか。家族を橋から遠ざけておけ。あとは俺が。
Interesting. So there's Mongols down at the bottom of this, like, ravine here. Okay. Alright. Interesting. I think I should be able to... Nicely done. Interesting. Okay, okay. Okay, nicely done. Ooh, I got hit by someone. Oh, I see some of them. Am I out of arrows? I think I'm out of arrows. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Ooh. Okay, hello you. Oh, that's a dead end. I think I only got like one more arrow or something that I picked up. So it's probably not a good idea for me to try to take them down, you know? Just with one singular arrow. Hell yeah. Nicely done. Thanks for the arrows. Okay, good hit. Nice. Hell yeah. Those were some good shots right there. I wish I could have killed him in one, but it's fine.
矢が止まった。終わったぞ。家族が待っておる。ありがとうございます。もう渡ってよいぞ。
Nicely done. Speak with the uncle. Will do. Thoughts on Ghost so far? Great question, Tito. I apologize for the delay. This game is very, very, very beautiful. Very beautiful. Oh shit. Do we get hit by ads? I think we got hit by ads. Give me a second. I will answer it after the ads. All right. Sorry, chat. I paused the game and I'm currently waiting for the stupid ads to be completely over with before I answer Tito's question, because that is a very important question to discuss, right? You gotta always give your thoughts on the gaming experience. Oh, looks like Tito's back. Nice, 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 nice. Um, So yeah, Tito, as I was wanting to say before the very rude interruption by Twitch, this game is very beautiful, very, very beautiful. And, you know, I think that this game, obviously it's still very early to give a full proper review of everything, but what I will say is that Ghost of Tsushima has the potential to be my number one favorite action RPG ever outside of Souls games. You know, outside of Elden Ring, outside of Sekiro, outside of the Souls franchise, games like Lies of P, right? I love Lies of P. Outside of those Souls and Souls-like games, I think that Tsushima might be my number one favorite action RPG that I have experienced so far. And I'm pretty sure that, you know, when Ghost of Yote eventually releases on PC, I will absolutely love it a lot. Everything about this game is very well polished. You know, you look at the music, you look at the graphics, right? The way that the story is presented. I really, really appreciate it. Um, you know, I think um one of the only issues in terms of game presentation that I've noticed is that sometimes I feel like the day and night cycle in this game, it can affect the way that, you know, cutscenes occur, or the way that dialogue moments occur. If it's like, you know, potentially pitch black dark outside, it might make it difficult to observe, to see what is going on during certain moments of the story. But other than that, I think that this game, like, this game is one where if it were voted, if it were, you know, certified as a an official Game of the Year title, I would not be shocked. I would not be, you know, disappointed or anything like that. I think that it would be worth it. So yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm really, really loving the adventure so far, and I'm hoping that, you know, as the game goes on, as I improve more with the combat, then, you know, I will continue loving this game, and I will only increase my enjoyment of this game a lot more. That's a Black Panther shirt, ain't it? It is indeed. That is true. Yeah. So this shirt right here, Black Panther, basically it's kind of funny, right? So I think this was, at this point, it's got to be many years since it occurred. Many years ago, I was like super big into the whole superhero franchise, right? You're talking about Marvel, you're talking about DC, right? Um, I really, really loved Marvel movies. I loved DC stuff, right? Definitely more Marvel than DC, but I was a huge nerd, a big fat nerd who was into superhero stuff. And I remember back during that time, I did not really have a lot of, um, you know, fashion. I didn't have a lot of clothing that was like, superhero related. And I wanted to show my love for superhero stuff. So I remember a long time ago, I found this website that basically they sell these kind of like they're supposed to be kind of like athletic sports attire that is superhero themed, and I ended up buying this shirt. And I may have bought, I don't know if I bought any more from that website. I may have only bought one, but I bought this shirt, and I still keep it around to this day. The reason why I like this shirt is because this material that it's made out of, it's not very like if you were to talk to people about different shirt materials that exist out there, this is probably not one of the best because it's not really as I guess like high quality as something like cotton or something like silk or whatever, right? But this material, which I think is like some kind of like a polyester type thing, it's very stretchy. It's very, very, yeah, very, very much so athletic geared, I suppose. And so it's one of these shirts that's supposed to be beneficial to wear if you go and do outdoor activities, right? If you go out and exercise and whatnot, right? So I do like that aspect of this shirt. It's kind of meant to be something that is not 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 very like formal, not very proper, right? And so I like this shirt because of that. And I've kept it around since. I mean, so far, like this shirt, it has not yeah, it has not ever like kind of failed me. Every time that I wear it, I'm happy with it. It has not broken in any way whatsoever, and it has not like shrunken down too much to where it won't fit me anymore. So I like this shirt, and quite surprisingly, I think that when people see this shirt, they are often very caught off guard. They're like, "Whoa, wait a second, do I recognize that? Is that Marvel?" And I'm like, "Yeah, it's Panther," and they're like, "Oh shit, yeah, yeah, I knew I recognized that." So yeah, 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 but it's been many years since I've kind of been a huge supporter of superhero movies. Nowadays I am not as like massive of a superhero fan. I still enjoy superhero stuff, but it's not like my entire hobby, I suppose. So yeah. Still in Act 1, you think that's about as far as you got? Hmm. What was it about this game? I'm curious, Tito. What was it about Tsushima that made you be like, this might not be my cup of tea. This might be something that I tried it out and I realized that I did not enjoy it as much as other video games, and so I go and try other things instead. 'Cause yeah, I mean, like as far as I've heard from people, this game doesn't seem to have anything that's like, you know, overly negative about Ghost of Tsushima, right? So I'm curious to know if there was something in this game where you were like, that aspect or that mechanic does not sit right with me. You wear shirts like that to work? Knew immediately because of the necklace. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like this is I think the Black Panther, symbolism is very, very recognizable, very easy to spot. Yeah. That ain't even it. You just aren't big on story mode games overall. Took you a while to finish God of War, and they're great games. Yeah, yeah. Just really into multiplayer. You like fucking people up or fucking with people on games if it's co-op or MMOs or anything like that. That's totally fair. Yeah, yeah. It's funny. I feel like, you know, I love all of my IRL friends, that I hang out with, and we always have a wonderful time just chilling with each other, right? But the funny thing is, I feel like out of out of all of my friends that I currently have IRL, I think that I'm one of the only people in my kind of social circle that loves single player games. I love games that are single player. I love games that have a really, number one, a really good combat system, and number two, have a really good narrative, have a really good story to it. A lot of my IRL friends, they enjoy playing, multiplayer games. They enjoy playing like co-op games, right? And they have their own interests, their own passions that are different from my own, and it's kind of interesting seeing that. And it's totally fair. I think that when you are able to find a co-op game or a multiplayer game to enjoy with friends, it makes that experience so much more special, right? And I see the value in that. But I don't know, man. I think like for me, you know, um, I've always really enjoyed single player stuff. I think it's because, to me, I guess I kind of see single player games in sort of the same way as like watching a movie or watching a TV show or something like that, right? Where it's like you get to you get to basically enjoy really good music, really good gameplay, really good visuals, but in a video game, of course, you have player input, right? You control the flow of the game, whereas when you're watching a movie or something, it plays automatically. Um, so yeah, I don't know. Single player games have always spoken to me, and I've always appreciated them. Because yeah, I think that while, there's nothing wrong with multiplayer games, nothing wrong with co-op games, I think that sometimes when you are able to find a game that, you really vibe with hardcore, you play a game, you vibe with it, and it's a single player game, it kind of feels special because you're like, okay, the developer of the game, right? They created this work of art and I get to enjoy it and I get to enjoy it kind of like privately, right? On my own. Um, but yeah, I mean there's nothing inherently wrong with co-op games or with multiplayer games whatsoever. Let's see. Ghost of Tsushima looks amazing, great combat. You enjoyed playing it, but the whole playing solo, you fell off of it. Um, Yeah, if you found a multiplayer game to play, stop playing Tsushima to play Rivals and think Elite Dangerous, which is just a space simulator. Ah. Recently, you were playing Risk of Rain 2, and now that you have Battlefield 6, you're stuck on that for God knows how long it's gonna be, LMAO. Yeah. Yeah. That's the thing, when you keep up with these brand new trends, these brand new games, it can definitely divert your attention. It can definitely cause you to be like, "Ooh, new shiny toy. I want to play with that." I totally understand that. Yeah. Have I tried Hellblade? Um, I actually, so let me open up Steam here and take a look because I don't know if that is the same game that I'm imagining in my mind, A7, but if it is the one that I'm thinking of, let me see here. Hellblade. Wait, is this game not on Steam? What? Hold on. I'm Googling this right now. Hellblade game. Why is this not popping up on... Why is this not popping up on Steam when I search for it? Hellblade. There we go. That's interesting. The first time that I searched Hellblade, and I searched it and I clicked the enter button, right? I clicked the search button. It said 0 results. And then the second time that I did it, now it pops up. Huh. That's weird. Huh. Okay, okay. So, A7, that is a fantastic question. The answer to that question, first of all, I'll give you the answer. The answer is no. I have not played it. However, I have an IRL friend of mine who did play it, and he recorded his gameplay, and he basically created a YouTube video review of the game, right? And, you know, while I do not necessarily agree with every single, you know, opinion that my friend has regarding video games or regarding other things, I think that I respect my friend's opinion on his experiences. Um, you know, to put it very simply, I watched my friend's review of the game, and I saw the gameplay that he featured in his video. That game, I don't think that it looks bad at all. Like, I don't think that it's a you know, poor quality video game. But to me, from what I saw and what comments my friend made, it seems like Hellblade is a very, like, very okay video game. Where it's like, you know, you play it and you're like, cool, I played that game. Now I move on with other things, and I never look back at it. I never replay it. I never think about it ever again. It seems like, you know, like if you were to compare it to a movie, right? It would be kind of the same equivalent of like a B quality movie where you're like, cool, I watched that movie, I experienced it, neat, and then you move on with your life, right? Um, I did not really, you know, when I watched my friend's video and I saw the gameplay, there was nothing in that game that captivated me, right? That really spoke to me and was like, this is incredible. I have to play this, right? Um, you know, I'm gonna be very brutally honest, right? When it comes to, you know, action games, you know, action RPGs, I am someone who is very what's the word? I'm very like strict, I suppose, with how I review these games and you know, how I feel about these games. Um to me, one of the biggest things that I focus on when I am playing an action RPG is I look at the combat. I look at how it plays, how it feels to do combat in the game. And you know, because of the previous video games that I've experienced in my life, and because of my, you know, my love for you know, like Souls genre combat, I'm very, very, what's it called? I'm very much someone who really prefers high quality combat. Um, so when you have a like an action game that features combat as one of its like main focuses, you know, that is something that I really take into consideration when viewing whether I want to play it, want to try it, want to finish the game, right? Um, yeah, so it's like if there is something, if there is like an action game that has combat, which I play and I find it to be disappointing, that is that's a massive major downfall. You know, that is a flaw with the game that I criticize very heavily. So, yeah. You think it's an amazing experience? It's an A. Lets you feel what a schizophrenic person in that act feels like, and very well written. Yeah, yeah, I don't really know. Like, hmm. I'm not really sure. Like, I think the best way that I could phrase it, and you know, this may sound um this may sound bizarre, right? To um I mean, I feel like saying it out loud feels bizarre. I wonder what it's like to hear something like this being said out loud. Um, you know, you described it in this way where it's like it allows you to feel the same way that the character in the story feels, right? Like apparently in the story the character feels very schizophrenic, right? Um, I guess the way that I would phrase it is I've never really had any sort of interest, any sort of like fascination or motivation to play a game and be like, yeah, I want to know what a person with a, you know, schizophrenic, let's say, disability, what they experience life like. You know, that's not something where I'm like, I want to find that in a game. You know, I want to try that out in my life, right? Um, yeah, it's weird. Um, I feel like there are certain games that, you know, are they have themes, they have kind of messages that they're trying to convey to the audience, to the viewer, to the player, and you know, those games are really cool, but I've never really, yeah, never really sought out games where it's like, oh, this game, the intention of it is to make you feel a certain, you know, a certain like lifestyle, I suppose. If you were to like put your shoes in another person's life and experience life through their eyes, that's what this game, you know, is built for. I've never looked for those types of games, and I've never really had any sort of fascination with it. Um, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's like, you know, um, yeah, I'm not sure if the way I'm describing it makes any sense whatsoever. It's not an RPG. I'm actually how do they describe it on Steam? Let me see here. Um, let's take a look at the game. Senua returns in a brutal journey of survival through the myth and torment of Viking Iceland, intent on saving those who have fallen victim to the horrors of tyranny. Senua faces a battle of overcoming the darkness within and without. That's an interesting use of words, an interesting description, because like when I think of the word without, to me that usually means like if you say without darkness, that means that there's no darkness that exists. But in this case, they're saying without as like there's darkness within you, and then there's darkness outside of you as well, like in the world. So that's a very interesting like phrasing in English. I don't know if it really works that well, but yeah. Hmm. Viking Iceland. Yeah, yeah, I don't know. Like, hmm. Just reading the synopsis of this game, I read this and I also at the same time, I think about the video that my friend made where he showcased game footage of this, right? He played through it. This does not really speak to me. You know, there's nothing in here that like I read about it or I see about it, see the footage in a video, and there's nothing that I pick up on that's like, oh my God, this is fascinating. This is interesting. I want to experience it myself, right? Like I think that I would be happy to watch a YouTube video of someone who does like a deep dive analysis into this game and explains, you know, all the different parts of the story and whatnot, right? I'd be happy to watch a video like that. But playing the game myself, I don't know. It doesn't really seem like it's something that, you know, doesn't really seem like something that I would care for. Really harsh on it without trying it. Yeah, that's the thing, you know, A7. So, okay. Number one, I guess what I would say is in general, right? I am someone where basically, you know, I what's it called? When I look at games, right? I'm someone where I know what type of games that I like. And I also know what type of games that I dislike, right? Like there's a very, very clear line that is drawn, and I know myself, I know what kind of gamer that I am. So I'm able to distinguish very easily whether there is something, you know, on Steam or whatever that I vibe with or whether it's something that I stay away from. And then on top of that, right, this is another added reason why, you know, I'm not sure, like, you, in your position, you might be better off because, you know, your situation with life might be a lot more, I mean, yeah, to put it very, very bluntly, you might be in a better situation where you are more financially stable and you have, you know, the ability to go out and spend money on things that you want and that you need as well, right? I personally am not in that position, right? I can't just go out and spend money on every single little thing that I want to own or that I want to try or whatever the case is, right? I have to be very, 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 what's the word? Very conservative with my spending, with my money. And so, you know, buying games just to like try them out, especially if there is a likelihood that I will end up, you know, ending up uninstalling the game and refunding it after I try it. I feel like that's just not a good use of my time and also not a good use of my money, in my opinion. So yeah. I have to be very, very, very picky when it comes to video games. Um, yeah, yeah. That's kind of that's kind of a simple explanation of the way that I view video games and the way that I see what I want to play, what I want to try, what I don't want to try. But yeah. Let's see here. It's not about wanting, it's about the story and well written that makes you feel what they feel. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, so I think I have a response, and hopefully this response is not confusing and is able to convey what I'm trying to convey. Um, you know, I guess the thing is, right? For example, if we were to look at movies that exist in the world, right? I think that there are a lot of movies out there where, generally speaking, the public, they really, really appreciate the movie. They love the movie, right? Oh, looks like there's ads going on. I'll continue this thought after the ads, and I'll make my point after. Yeah, we gotta wait a little bit for the ads to disappear. But okay. Let me see here. Where did we leave? What are we doing now? I forgot. Oh yeah, we need to speak to this guy. Let me speak to this guy while the ads are going on.
痛めつけましたか。
なぜお主が気にかける。このまま日吉の湯へ向かえ。油断するでないぞ。
はい。そうします。
Okay, very nicely done. We saved them. Incident at Hiyoshi Pass. Okay. Nicely done. Got a little bit of a legend increase. 1 skill point. You'd love to see it. Alright. Charm of Unyielding. Moderately reduces damage taken while at 50% health or less. That's not bad. It's not bad. Not too shabby. 2 locations updated. Interesting. Let's see here. We completed that one, and now we have this one here. Another side mission for us to do. I think I should probably... Yeah, let me fast travel, and then we'll ride out to that other side mission. Okay, are the ads... I think the ads are done. Yeah. Let's go ahead and pause the game. So, OBS, I swear to God, you're gonna fucking annoy me. Yeah, OBS is being a complete dick. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna use Chatterino, because it's a lot better at displaying chat stuff. Failed to load channel badges? OAuth token is missing. Wait, what? OAuth token? What the heck? Hold on. There we go. Huh. Interesting. There we go. Okay, now it works. I don't know why that took so long. Yeah, honestly, I should have Chatterino open like from the beginning of my stream, because otherwise it's kind of a nuisance only using OBS. I'm gonna go ahead and let me see here. Creator, let's go to here. Okay, there we go. Perfect. I've pulled it up in my chat. Yeah, in my browser, basically. Okay. So A7, you said it's not about wanting, it's about the story and well-written story that makes you feel what they feel. So I guess my response to that is, you know, if we take a look at the genre of movies, right? We look at movies as an entertainment media, right? There are probably a good substantial amount of movies that exist out there, and those movies by the general public are considered to be, really, really well created movies, right? They have a good story, they're well directed, well produced, all that sort of stuff, right? And people look at those movies and they consider them to be S tier movies, right? Really, really high quality. While that is the case, while people can look at something and collectively decide that it is objectively good quality, that does not necessarily mean that every single human is going to enjoy those S tier movies, right? Like each individual human has their own preferences, So it's like in the case of this game, right, Senua Hellblade, right? It can absolutely be a fact that the story of the game is very well written from beginning to end. It can be a high quality story, but, while that is true, it can also simultaneously be true that I do not have any sort of attachment. I do not have any sort of care about the story, and I have no interest in experiencing the story, right? And yeah, it could be S tier quality, but that doesn't necessarily guarantee that I will experience it myself and be like, oh my god, I loved it, right? So I guess that would be my, my thought that I come up with in response to that comment. Let's see here. That's the 2 part. Are you talking about how that game was the sequel game? I'm assuming that's what you meant. Offended that you are judging without trying. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the tough things, right? Like, I think this also ties into what I mentioned about, video games, about how time is something that I don't have an unlimited amount of, and also money is another barrier, right? So it's like, if, let's say, that I had all the time in the world, and let's say that Hellblade was completely free, didn't cost a single penny to try out the game and to play through the story. If that were the case, I might give it a go. I might try it out and see how it plays. But because those obstacles are in the way, because those barriers exist in life, not everything is doable. Not everything is not everything is something that can be played, or can be watched, or can be experienced, so it's like, unfortunately, there are some things that you have to look at, and you have to be like, yeah, based off of what I've seen from other people experiencing it, based on what you see with your own eyes, right? You have to make judgment calls. It's kind of the sad reality about it. Respect that you don't want to play it, but saying that the game is mid and it's not a class not a class movie, or class A movie, that's wrong way to review. Well, so that's the thing, right? A7. When I kind of give my what you consider to be a review, right? You view it that way. When I speak my thoughts about a game like Hellblade, right? These thoughts that I speak, these are like essentially these are what I walk away from, when I see the plot synopsis, or when I see my friend's video made about the game, right? These are the thoughts that I come up with about the game. So it's not like I guess basically the words that I'm speaking about this game, it's not meant to be taken as like, hey guys, this is my professional review about a game that I've never played. You know what I mean? Like I'm not trying to go out into the world and I'm not trying to educate people about Hellblade since I've never played it, and I'm not trying to persuade people to either play or not play the game, right? Like when I speak these words, it is not something where I'm saying like, oh, this is my review of the game, and you know, I'm not saying that like people out there who disagree with this review are wrong, or you know, that they have incorrect opinions or anything like that, right? It's yeah, basically my thoughts are not meant to be some sort of deep dive analysis into the game, looking at what's good about it, what's bad about it. It's just simply I look at the synopsis of the game, I look at the footage that I've seen of it, and I say this is what I think based on what I have seen so far, what I've experienced so far out of you know, the content that I've consumed of it. Um, yeah, yeah. So, you know, it's not like I am attempting to validate my inexperience, my lack of experience with playing the game, and I'm not trying to invalidate what other people think about Hellblade, right? If they want to, if people out there want to view that game as one of the best of the best of the best, they are more than welcome to. I take no issue with that. But yeah. I kind of just speak my mind freely, and I talk about what I feel, what I think when it comes to these games, and it is what it is, right? Can't really do much about it. So yeah. Let me see here. I think I've caught up on chat. I think everything in chat has been read. So let's get back into the game, shall we? Yeah, we're going to the side mission over here. The cost of iron. Interesting. I think it would be kind of funny if I complete this mission and I get 0 iron for completing the mission. Okay, which direction did I need to go? No, not backwards. I need to go this way? A little bit to the, yeah, diagonal here, basically. Is this another side mission here?
カシネの森に行ってはなりませんよ。あそこは怒かれる怨霊の住処。侍の霊が血を求めています。
今は戦の最中、すべて人の仕業であろ
う。ですが森に入って戻った者はいません。猛虎も島の者も。それにムクロはすべて侍の太刀で切られているそうです。
怨霊ごときが太刀を握れるものか。調べてこよ
う。Interesting. So it looks like there's someone in the forest who is killing people. That is definitely not a pleasant thing. Missed one, but it's okay. Let me see here. Which message did I miss? Because I'm pretty sure I read through all of it. Oh, yeah. You can play both games on basic Xbox Game Pass. Yeah, so A7, this is probably the very first time that you've seen, you know, my streams. You know, I've talked about this topic many times, and I will continue to do so for the rest of my life. I am someone who very much so hates subscriptions. I hate it with a burning passion. So I don't pay for subscription stuff, whether it's games, whether it's movies, TV shows, anything. I don't pay for subscriptions. And, you know, the thing about, you know, like Xbox Game Pass, right? We'll talk about that since that is the current subscription topic, right? I know that like you can, for example, with Game Pass, you can sometimes you can get like free trials of Game Pass, and then other times they have promotions where you can get like Game Pass for 1 month or like 2 months or whatever for a low price, a discounted price, right? Um, I personally like the free Xbox Game Pass. That's fine. Like if it's free and you take advantage of that trial period or whatever, cool, awesome. I don't know how often that they offer that. I honestly don't know if it's a constant thing or if it's like a one-time dealio where you get a free trial, and then once that free trial is done, no more free trials after that. That may be how it works. But the idea of like paying for Xbox Game Pass, one of the reasons why I really hate subscription services, why I hate Xbox Game Pass, is because when you pay for a subscription, you do not get to own a video game. It is not yours to keep, right? You get to basically play a video game for a certain amount of time until you stop paying for the subscription. And if you decide one day you're like, man, I am wasting money on this subscription, it's not worth the time, the value, everything, right? Then you stop paying the subscription, you lose access to all those games, right? Which I really, really don't like. And, I'm actually curious. I wonder if I can look this up. Let me see if I can. I'm gonna open up the, where is it? I'm gonna open up the Xbox website here. Xbox.com. Let's take a look at browse games. I think this is talking about, is this talking about PC Game Pass? PC games. I want to see if there's like a list of all the PC games. Explore more. Okay, search game title. PC Game Pass. And we're gonna search Hellblade. Huh, okay. So it is on PC Game Pass. Well, that is a good thing. That is very nice. Yeah. Yeah, what I was going to say, before I looked this up on the Xbox website, is I was going to say that, like, if, hypothetically, Hellblade was not on the PC Game Pass, I would not be playing it ever, like, in my entire life, without any doubt, because of the fact that, I don't play console games. I only play PC games. But yeah, that's cool that it's on PC. Again, my point still stands, though, that I have a burning hatred for subscriptions, and I will never pay for a subscription. So, yeah. Yeah. A lot of story games are one-time playthrough anyway, so you don't mind not owning it. Huh. That's an interesting take. What I would say in response to that, A7, is that yes, playing a story game, you play it one time, and once you finish the game, you're like, cool, I finished the story game, I'm happy, I'm done with it, and you can move on to other games, you can enjoy other things, right? What I will say is that, in my opinion, if a story game is so good, if it is like incredible storytelling, then it is a game that I want to replay multiple times. And if a game is not something that wants me to replay it multiple times, typically that means that the story's not that good. And so, I personally very, very highly value the ability to own a video game forever, permanently. I do not ever, ever, ever support the idea of only paying for temporary access to a video game. That to me is absolute garbage. And so, I think that while story games, you can play them one time and then move on for the rest of your life, if it is a really good story game, I want to replay it at least once in my life, probably multiple times. And so then the benefit of permanently owning the game myself comes in handy. And I don't have to pay, you know, constant money for a subscription to a corporation just to be able to replay a story game again. But yeah, I know that there are definitely a lot of gamers out there who love only playing a game once and then moving on and basically they don't re-experience stuff really. Nicely done. Hell yeah. That was clean. That was real clean. Okay. Sword guy. Nicely done. Woo! Let's go, baby. Clean kill. Clean kill. Anything for me to loot? No? Nothing really? Kind of just a small, tiny camp? That's fine. That's fine. Alright, Kage. Let's keep going. Don't think you have played... Wait, don't think you have played a linear story games. There's nothing to do after you know the story and finished it. I mean... Not really. I would say that if that is your perspective, A7, what that means is that you have played story games where the story is the only good part of it. And, like, nothing else in the game is worth playing except for the story. But I've played many games where the story's incredible. I love the story. I consider it to be the highlight of the game. And there's plenty of other stuff to do after the story that I really enjoy. So I've replayed games in my life. I've replayed story games in my life. And it's damn good. In fact, there is a game that I've replayed at least once. Yeah, I'll say one time only because I don't think I've done it twice. So, you know, the game that I'm referring to, whenever I replayed it a second time, I went through the story a second time, I got very, very emotional. Just like I did the very first time. It did not change. So, yeah. I really, really appreciate it. Those are called non-linear story games. Interesting. Very interesting. Let me see here. Let me see here. Okay, let me see. I hate whenever my PC does this. There we go. Okay. Browser? There we go. And then let's go to Chrome. Cool, there we go. So, I looked this up on Google right here. I said definition of non-linear story game. A non-linear story game is a game where the player's choices and actions can change the sequence of events, leading to different outcomes or endings. Very interesting. So a linear story game is the opposite of that, which follow a fixed chronological path. Yeah. So that's a linear game. Non-linear games offer greater player freedom and may include features like multiple plot paths, optional side quests, or out of chronological order events. Yeah, so all of the games that I'm thinking of in my head that I've played where I look at the story of the game, right? And I consider the story of the game to be a highlight. I consider it to be very high quality and something that I thoroughly enjoyed. All of those games have basically one, like they have a beginning, they have a middle, and they have an end. And you cannot change the end of the game, right? The conclusion to the story does not change. It is set in stone, which is the definition of a linear game. Follows a fixed chronological path with, no choice to alter things, no deviation. So, by this definition, I have played a lot of linear games. And those linear games, I have replayed them, and I have loved them. I've also played non-linear games. That is true, right? That definitely, yeah. Like I've played non-linear games based on this definition. I've also played linear games as well, and I love both, and I think that both of them can have replay value, 100%. Let's see here. Linear sets you on a narrow path without nothing to do besides the story. Linear sets you on a narrow path without nothing to do besides the story. I don't think that's correct. I don't think that's correct. No. No. That would make no sense. Yeah, that would make no sense. Yeah, that definition does not make any sense. That definition is misleading. It's correct, but misleading. They mean you can focus on the story and other things not in order. Wait, what? Not in order. They mean you can focus on the story and other things not in order.
Cock, do I have to suck?
What's going on, Yofis? Welcome on in. Thanks for the follow. You can focus on the story and other things not in order. Yeah, A7, I'm going to be completely honest here, right? I'm going to be very, very honest here. I think that your mental definition of a non-linear game and a linear game is basically your own private definition. And the rest of the world views it differently. Because, like this right here, these words on the screen, this is a compilation of information from all across the internet. And it seems like the majority of people in the world view this definition as accurate. And the thing is, you can absolutely, if you want to, you can disagree with this and you can say this definition is wrong. But that does not mean that your definition is what everyone else in the world agrees with and what is factually correct. It's like people do. I've met, you are not the only person that has private definitions of things that they define in a certain way different from other people. You're not the only person that I've met who does this. So you're not, you're not a single person case. But it seems like the rest of the world defines non-linear games and linear games in this manner. And then your version of it, your thinking of it is different. Because, I was reading in the chat your definitions of both of these two concepts. Your definitions, to me, when I consider them logically, they don't really fit. They don't really make that much sense. But yeah, let's see here. Looks like there's ads going on. I'll wait until the ads to continue. Let's see. I want to read what else A7 has mentioned here. You can do a mission of the story, then go fishing. That change of events. That change of events. Not necessarily change the ending. Okay, I'm reading through the chat here. Let's see. So, okay. Let's start here. So, number 1, A7, you said, have I played Life is Strange? No, I have not played that game. Yeah, I've not played it. Now, moving on to the rest of the chat. You can do a mission of the story, then go fishing, that change of events. Not necessarily change the ending. Those called multiple ending games or choose your path. Those are... okay. I think I potentially understand why you seem to be confused, A7. I think I can understand it. And I'm going to do my best to explain, and I hope that my explanation makes sense. If it doesn't make sense, I apologize, but I legitimately have no way of better explaining it, right? Okay, so you said there are games that are called multiple ending games or choose your own path, right? Now, I think what is kind of confusing you, right, is based on your comment where you said that multiple ending games or choose your own path games, right? These are types of games that exist, right? You are essentially seeing these games, these multiple ending games or choose your own path games, right? Choose your path. Those types of games, you're seeing them as separate from linear and non-linear. Like you are basically thinking that a game has, a game has like different types. Because like, okay, multiple ending games. We'll start with that one. Multiple ending games. According to this definition here, a multiple ending game is a non-linear game. Same thing with choose your path, right? It's a non-linear game. So essentially it's kind of like a sub-genre of non-linear, right? The definition is the same, but you're explaining it through your choice of words. Do you consider side missions in linear or non-linear games? Okay, that question is interestingly worded. Okay, number one. So you said, do you consider side missions in linear or non-linear games? Number one, side missions can and they do exist in both linear and non-linear games, right? They can and they do exist in both types of games. The difference between linear and nonlinear, as this definition says, is that certain actions in nonlinear games can alternate the ending. They can affect the conclusion to the game. That is what differentiates it, right? Part of nonlinear games. Yeah, so side missions exist in both linear and non-linear games. They do. It's a fact, because there are linear games out there that exist which have side missions, and I've played them, and so have many people. Those don't define non-linear only. Yeah, I like I said, A7, I think that, you know, maybe you half agree with this definition on the screen here. You know, maybe you think that partially it is accurate and partially it's incorrect. And while you think that it is not 100% accurate, you also have your own private definition of linear and nonlinear that you add on to what this online definition says. I'm not really sure, but yeah, I think that, you know, let's see here. I'm reading this this big comment, this big message here. Okay. A linear game guides the player through a set sequential path with little room for deviation, where each level or objective must be completed before the next one can begin. These games often focus on a strong narrative and a controlled experience, ensuring that gameplay and story elements are delivered in a specific predetermined order, unlike open world games. Okay. Yeah, so far that's fine. Non-linear games are video games that allow players to approach objectives and challenges in a variable order, offering more freedom than games with a fixed straight line progression. Yeah. So here's the thing, A7, right? I'm reading through and I'm making sure that what I'm about to say is not, you know, it's not inaccurate based off of these definitions that you've put here. Um, yeah. Okay. Yep. Okay. Yep. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So here's the thing, A7. These definitions, right? I think that number one, there is an issue where I would say the first definition, the linear game definition that you posted, that is a good definition. It is accurate. The second definition, it is a little bit too vague. It does not properly explain everything. And here's the reason why, right? So, in a linear game, okay? A linear game, I've played many of them, they do have side missions. They can have side missions, right? They exist. It's factual. There is no argument against that. that says there are no side missions in a linear game. That is a false argument. Okay? In a linear game, basically the main plot, the story of the game, you have to play it from beginning to middle to end. You cannot play it middle first, then beginning, then end, or any other mix-up, right? You have to go step 1, step 2, step 3, all the way down the line until the end, right? So that is kind of like the definition of a linear game. But there is other content in the game, such as side missions and optional objectives and whatever, right? In a linear game, the side content does not affect the conclusion, the ending to the game. The ending to the game stays rigid, stays the same. Now, the second definition that you posted about non-linear games, right? It says they allow players to approach objectives and challenges in a variable order, offering more freedom than games with a fixed straight line progression. The problem with that is, you know, when it says approach objectives and challenges in a variable order, that is way too vague of a description, because that can mean that, you know, you go and you play a random side mission that doesn't really have any effect on the main story of the game. And, you know, you can go and do things like, I think earlier in the chat you mentioned the concept of going fishing, for example, in a game, right? That does not affect the main story. That does not change anything, right? And it says you can do it in a variable order, offering more freedom than games with a fixed straight line progression. The problem is that second definition, it basically takes a part of the first definition and then just like stops. Like there's nothing in the second definition that makes it distinguishable and unique from a linear game, right? Because according to the second definition, I can go and play, you know, side missions, side objectives, side challenges, which have no effect on the main story at any time that I want. And apparently, according to the second definition, that means it qualifies as a non-linear game. But according to the first definition, that game can also be considered a linear game simultaneously, because the ending of the game, the progression of the plot does not change. So that second definition is just, it's way too broad, way too vague. It does not specify something that makes nonlinear games so extremely different, so extremely unique from a linear game, right? So it's like, you know, let's say that you use these two different definitions, right? You can look at a game, right? Any game out there. Let me see. I'm trying to think of a good example game that would be very easily understandable to see the problem with this definition, right? That might be a good choice. That might be a good example to give, right? Okay, yeah, I'm gonna use this example, and you know, I hope that people out there, yeah, I hope that people out there are able to comprehend the, you know, the logic behind this this example. So there's a franchise of games, there's a series of games out there that exists, which is called Yakuza, right? It's called Yakuza, it's called Like a Dragon, it's called, you know, in Japanese it has its own name, right? Those games, I think that even if you have never played one in your life, you have probably heard about those games, and you probably know of them. You know of kind of generally what they're about, what they offer to players. In the Yakuza games, right, there are a bunch, a bunch of, side missions, side content, challenges, objectives, whatever, that is optional. You don't have to do it. It doesn't have an effect on the main storyline, right? It doesn't have any sort of influence on the conclusion of the game, right? It's just there to basically add enjoyment to the player experience, right? So let's use Yakuza as a great example. According to definition number 1, does Yakuza qualify as a linear game? Yes. Yes, it does. Because the main story of the game is presented step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, so on and so forth. There's a beginning, there's a middle, there's an end. You go through it linear, right? So yes, it is a linear game. Now, let's look at definition number 2. Is Yakuza a non-linear game? Well, you see, Yakuza has a bunch of content that you can do, and you can do the content in any order you want to. You can do the content, not at all if you want to. You can focus on the main story. You can do it, and you can bounce around between main story content and, optional side objective content, right? Based on this second definition, Yakuza is a non-linear game. So, according to these two definitions, A7, Yakuza, and very many other video games that exist out there, are both simultaneously linear and non-linear. Now, if you think that that is true, okay, awesome. Then yeah, we can close this conversation here and we can move on. We can agree that games are both existing linear and non-linear. But if you think no, games cannot be both linear and non-linear at the same time, then that means there's a problem with the definitions. So, yeah, that's the way that I see it, is that apparently games can exist as both linear and non-linear based off of the two definitions that you wrote in the chat. Because one of those definitions is not specific enough. It's not kind of pointing at the aspect that defines a non-linear game. So, yeah. The ending doesn't have to change. The ending does not determine it. Well, if the ending does not determine it, then it is both a linear and non-linear game. It's both simultaneously. You can play a game from start to mid to the end without a different ending, and it can still be considered a non-linear game. Yeah, that is accurate. It can be considered non-linear, I suppose. If there are multiple different endings to the game, right? If there's multiple pathways, then it's non-linear. Game can't be both. The story can. The story can be linear and non-linear. The game cannot. Nah, I don't think that is accurate. No, I don't think so. No. No, I don't think that that's the way that it works. Yeah, no. I'm trying to visualize it. I'm trying to imagine a game that is kind of one type, like either linear or non-linear, and then the story is two types. No, I don't think that there's a game out there that exists that fits that definition. Yeah. Anyways, I'm trying to, think back and recall what like starting point of this conversation. And from what I remember, I believe that the conversation started because, you know, we were talking about the concept of replayability in video games, right? And basically you know, my stance was that essentially if a game has a really, really, really good story, then it'll be worth replaying. And it'll be a game that you are happy to replay, that you're motivated, that you're excited to replay. And then, you know, if a game like I did say that you can play a story game once and then move on and never play it again. You can do that. But the difference between a good one and a bad one is, would you like to re-experience it? Would you ever like to replay it? And that was my opinion, that was my perspective of what I consider to be good and what I consider to be great and what I consider to be incredible, right? All that sort of stuff. Um, and then yeah, I think, you know, I remember A7, you mentioned that you don't think I've ever played a linear story video game. But yeah, I mean, I think honestly, this entire exchange, this entire conversation that occurred, it occurred because, you know, I think like I was wanting to explain that yes, I have played a linear story video game, and I know that I have, right? I have the evidence, I have the proof that I've played a linear story game. And I think it's like, you know, this idea that I think I was very, very surprised because I've never heard another person discuss this topic and tell me like, oh, you've never played a linear game or you've never played a non-linear game, right? I've never had that told to me. So I wanted to deep dive into this. I wanted to make sure that like, you know, my understanding of this topic is not incorrect. And so far, based on what I'm finding about these definitions, about the concepts, you know, nothing seems amiss here. I think that yeah, everything that is written here about both types of games is very clear, very transparent. There is a you know, there is a distinguishable difference between these two types of games, and I understand it very much so. And yes, I've played both linear games and non-linear games. Um, so yeah. You're very sure of what is linear and non-linear. Hmm. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, that's the idea that I talked about earlier, A7, right? Where it's like you in your head, you have a very, 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 you know, strong definition, a private definition of linear versus nonlinear, but according to the majority of people around the world, it does not match with your definition, right? Like, assuming that, you know, what you typed above, those messages, those two definitions, right? You wrote two different definitions and you posted them in the chat. If those are your definitions, then, you know, this is very clearly different from what is being explained here online. The world agrees with me. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah. Yeah. You know, it's really funny. I don't really want to dive deep into this topic because personally speaking, this topic is not something that I enjoy chatting about, right? But I think it is an important topic nonetheless, right? Um, I think, it's very, very funny. There is a clear difference between being someone who is confident, right? And someone who is very naive, and they are confident about something, but in reality, their confidence is not placed properly, and they are actually naive. Um, I've met people like that in my life. There's many human beings in the world, 8 billion different human beings. There's many of those 8 billion who kind of fit into this sort of classification. And the funny thing is, like, my father, my father is one of these people, right? Where my father, he has some things that he believes, right? He has some beliefs, he has some opinions of his that he is extremely confident in, and he will argue to death with anyone that tries to tell him otherwise. And it's always so interesting to kind of observe my father, just watch him from afar, um, because he's so confident in himself, and you're like, okay, wow, I look at that confidence and I see it, but it's kind of funny to see, like, the funny thing is that my father, when he like kind of behaves, when he speaks, when he um interacts, right? He does not know that he is being naive, right? His brain does not recognize that. And he only sees himself as someone who is confident, right? And it's very, very, very fascinating to observe that. And the thing is that, like, because I have dealt with my father for a good majority of my life, right? I know my father very well, and I've also met people in life who are similar to my father. I think what I ended up realizing is that, unfortunately, you know, you cannot really change anything about these people. Like, all the change that happens to these people in their lives, it has to be done by themselves. And you can't really have an effect on that, right? You can't really change any of that. Um, yeah, so it's kind of something where you have to, you know, sit back and you have to watch and you have to stay silent and you have to just, nod your head and be like, okay, cool, 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 cool. You know, life is life, right? People are people. People are different. People are unique. And people are going to live their lives in their own way, right? Um, but yeah, I think it's something like I've always been very fascinated by human psychology, right? Kind of learning, researching, and kind of mastering, understanding the human brain, because I feel like with, for example, the subject of psychology, you can do a lot of studying, a lot of researching about human psychology, but I think there are some things about the human brain that are very mysterious, very, very hard to explain, very hard to um, kind of like come up with a reason for why humans behave in a certain manner, right? It's fascinating stuff. And I don't know, I feel like as we go through this world, there's just some things that I believe will always remain a mystery, that we are always questioning and always thinking about, and always like, wow, what a weird, bizarre thing that has no like mathematical or scientific explanation behind it, right? But yeah. Let's see here. Oh no, no, A7. No. No. Um no, I'm not A7. I think like this conversation it kind of reminded me of my father, and it reminded me of the conversations I would have with my father. Of course, you know, the big difference is that my father would not use XD, but yeah, it's very very fascinating stuff. Very fascinating indeed. Um anyways, yeah. I think that we have I feel like we've been on this topic for a long time. And I've gotten my answers about this topic. I understand this topic much better now, and I have a definitive, you know, explanation of what this topic is. So I think we're gonna go ahead and let's I'm gonna move my OBS back here because it was on the other monitor, and then let me go ahead and open up the game again because yeah, I think we've substantially talked about the topic to a good degree, and I'm happy with what we've discussed so far. Okay. Where am I, by the way? Am I even galloping in the right direction? Oh, that's right. I actually don't... Is there a way for me to jump with Kage? Can I jump while I'm on this horse? Because I feel like basically the jump only happens whenever I'm like on a cliff edge or something, and the horse automatically you know, jumps. That's a regular bird, not the golden one. Okay, how far away are we? Oh, that's pretty close. That's not bad. 100 meters. Okay. Yeah, that's not too far away. Investigate the home. Hello, golden bird. I see you. Oh, there's someone inside.
足が早く逃げよう。じきにここは見つかる。
猛虎にとっちゃ俺らは手負いの鹿か。
すべて忌々しい通行証のせいだ。
休んだら奪いに行くぞ。
I don't know what iron mark that they're talking about.
何があった？
猛虎と手を組むアキュードがいます。そいつが持ってる通行証を家族と奪おうとしたんですが、万兵に返り討ちにされ。
それには命を懸けるほどの価値があるのだな。
通行証があれば誰でも猛虎に止められることなく自由に道を通れます。
役に立ちそうだ。
ええ、その通りで、アキュードの荷車は道の先に残ったままです。
俺が代わりに見つけてこよう。お主らは休んでおれ。
Okay, nice. So we're searching for a merchant cart with an iron mark with it.
すでに兵が集まっているはずです。
Interesting. So we might run into Mongols. Okay, okay. Let's see. You have opened multiple resources to make sure that what you're saying is correct, not to mislead you, and every single source showed that the way you see it is correct. They all said in short term, linear is fixed closed path to focus on story, and nonlinear is an open world or semi-open world where you can explore and do side quests, and it may or may not affect the ending of the game. Let me think, let me think. Okay, okay. A7. Let's use a good, yeah, let's use an example that I think both of us will very, very definitively understand, right? So, okay. I'm gonna talk about Dark Souls 3. And if you've never played Dark Souls 3, you can feel free to say so in the chat, right? Type in the chat, say I've never played Dark Souls 3, and then I'll pick a different example. But I'm gonna talk about Dark Souls 3 because it's the very first Souls game that I ever played, right? So, based on my knowledge of linear and non-linear, right? And based off of including your definitions of linear and non-linear, Dark Souls 3 is a linear game. It is a linear video game experience, right? Now, you are saying that you don't think I've ever played a linear game. Number one, Dark Souls 3 is a linear game. I have played that. And in fact, I've replayed it multiple times. So number two, my comment that I was making a while back was that a good quality story means that it has replayable value to it. And a good quality story means that it's worth replaying the game. That is true for Dark Souls 3. I've experienced the story multiple times. Good. I enjoy the story, right? So that's one example. If we look at, we can look at something like Elden Ring. Elden Ring is an open world Souls game, and according to your definitions, right, it is supposedly a non-linear game, right? So basically, Elden Ring is an open world Souls game, and the open worldness of it apparently means that it's non-linear. However, the ending of the game, it cannot be changed. So therefore, it also qualifies as a linear game because the story of Elden Ring, you experience the beginning, you experience the middle, you experience the end, right? You can't really jump around in the story to watch the middle of it first and then the beginning and then the end, or the end first, then the beginning, then the middle, right? So you can't really change the fact that you beat the final boss of the game and you become the Elden Lord, right? So in that sense, it's a linear game, while also being non-linear because of its open worldness. You've never played Dark Souls 3? That's fair, that's fair. Dark Souls 3 is considered semi-linear. Blends both linear progression and non-linear exploration in a unique way. Hmm. 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 Okay. Interesting. Okay. So, yeah, I mean, let's say for the sake of this conversation, right? Let's say that yes, Dark Souls 3, we'll call it semi-linear. That's what we'll refer to it as, semi-linear. That means that it does have linear as a part of it, right? At least partially. Therefore, yes, I have played a linear game, Dark Souls 3. And, as Dark Souls 3 semi-linear game, I enjoyed the story of it. I've replayed it multiple times. I think it's worth it. But yeah. Going back to Elden Ring, let me see here. It has multiple endings. The endings, though, are not inherently different, right? Like, what you're seeing as different in the multiple endings are the visuals. But, overall, you kind of achieve the same thing with all endings, where you defeat the the first Elden Lord, and you defeat the Radagon and the Elden Beast, and then you are kind of like seen as this supreme power in the lands between, right? But overall, you know, yeah, I think that it's a pretty linear story because, you can't experience the middle of Elden Ring first, then the beginning, then the end. Or the end of it first, then the beginning, then the middle, right? It's not something that you can choose to jump around the storyline wherever and whenever you wish, to watch the cutscenes, right? Yeah, yeah, I don't know. Choose to be Chaos Monster, King of Stars, or just an Elden Lord. I mean, I suppose you could make that argument if you really wanted to, but it's all just cosmetics, right? No matter what, you end up as a supreme power in the world of the lands between. They might, you know, yeah, they might call you a different title, such as Lord of Chaos or Lord of the Stars or Elden Lord, but you still end up a lord nonetheless. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, all I can really, you know, I think what I can confidently say when it comes to this topic of linear games, non-linear games, right? What I can say is, number one, the definition that we looked up and was kind of put together through multiple sources online, that definition online makes sense, and I think it's valid, right? I think it's truthful. I do not see any issue, any problem with that definition. There's nothing inaccurate or false about that definition. So I think that it is valid to go by that definition online. And then number two, way back to like my original point. Number one, I've played linear games. Number two, I've played non-linear games. Number three, replayability does depend on, yeah, like basically the quality of the story. It can determine the replayability value. And if a game is worth replaying, then that means it's really, really good quality story. Otherwise, if it has like, a crappy story, what would be the point of replaying it? Yeah. Yeah, those things I will very, very confidently say. And those things that I've mentioned, there is no argument out there that could prove those things wrong. Yeah. Yeah, I mean it's just simply it's just simply um the way that things end up being. Okay. So what direction do I need to go? I need to go this way? The wind is telling me. I think I'm going the right way. Oh, I see it. I see the objective. Okay, I should probably be sneaky sneaks in this area. Stay there, Kage. Reach the search area.
秋ウドの荷車だ。
Oh shit, they're all like, incapacitated.
もう小平、小屋の男らと戦ったのか。
Okay, nothing there.
秋ウドはおらぬか。
Interesting.
通行証はないな。もう子供。
Oh, arrow guys.
大将！不杀！大将！大将！大将！大将！大将！大将！大将！那可出战！
How many of these archer guys are there? Holy moly. Can I go around and cut them off from behind? Nice. Nice. Alright. Let's get them to an open area. Nicely done. Beautiful. Okay, any loot that I can pick up here? Nope. Nice. Alright, Kage, let's go. Gotta go back to the area. There we go. Uh-oh.
侍、こちらへ。
Poor
通
dude.
行証を持った秋ウドを助けてください。実は弟なんです。
なんだと？
通行証を奪おうとしたのも全て家名のためでした。
猛虎に加担したのであれば許してはおけぬ。
そんないいやつなんです。どうか。
無事かはわからぬが、探してみよ
う。お願いします。
Damn. Poor dude is suffering with an arrow in his chest.
あった。あっちか。
Alright, track the Mongols. Where to? It's so dark, I can't even see anything here. Your actions can affect what kind of lord you end up being. Do think so too, but it's too vague. That's honestly very fascinating, A7, because, you know, the definitions that we saw online those definitions are very, very, very clear cut. You know, very like well explained. They you know, they cover everything, right? Um, if you're wondering like, oh, what is the definition between linear and non-linear? You see that written definition and you read it and you're like, oh, I understand now, right? I never at all felt when reading that like, wow, this is too vague. This is something that does not answer the question, right? But yeah. You can replay a linear game, but nothing will change from your first playthrough. I mean, yes, that is factually correct. I never A7, I'm not sure if you misinterpreted anything that I said earlier, but I never ever ever said that the experience is going to be different. I only said that there are linear games that are worth replaying. Absolutely. And the quality of the story of the linear games is good quality, which is why it has replay value. I never said that, oh, things are going to be different on the second time, or the fourth time, or the seventh time. But yeah. Yeah, my original point was that, you know, there is a correlation between good story and replayability. There is a correlation, there's a connection between those two. Depends on the game. Tsushima doesn't have many options besides how you want to approach things combat-wise, but there are a few minor things that give you a choice. They're very impactful towards any of the main story, or they're not very impactful towards any of the main story or side stuff. Yeah. Yeah, so like, this game, Tsushima, this is a linear game right here. Definitely would not consider it to be non-linear. And I think that many Tsushima players out there who experience this game will tell you that it is, you know, a game that they would not be upset with replaying it. You know, it's a worthy experience. I legit cannot see a single freaking thing here, so I'm not sure where I need to be going next. It's weird that it like brings you back, you know, to these spots here. And then in the darkness, it's like, find your way. Figure it out. We've been talking for hours, XDD. You're tired? Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. I looked in this direction, apparently. I don't see any prompt to check out any tracks. Ghost of Tsushima has a linear main story, but is set in an open world, which offers non-linear elements like side quests and exploration. Ah, okay. Yeah, so that right there, A7, is where you and we disagree. And to be honest, like, you know, I've always said this, and I'll continue to say this. If you want to have your own opinion, if you want to have your own thoughts, do so. Because that is the best way to live your life. Don't ever you know, like, don't ever I guess like blindly follow other people, right? But yeah, that's where, you know, we differ, right? Essentially, like, the thing that I was talking about earlier, right? We actually brushed on the subject, and I think this is where you and I, like, our thinking diverged from one another, right? Linear games, linear video games can have side missions and side content and side objectives. Just because it has side content in there does not make it non-linear, because it still follows a linear pathway, right? The main story. So it's like, yes, the game is a linear game. Just because you can, do things in the game that are other than the main story, like go fishing or talk to NPCs that are optional, right? That does not automatically mean, yes, it is 100% a non-linear game. Linear mainly focuses on the story. Is the story a linear story? Yes, it is. So then it's a linear game. I do not know where this is pointing me to. I actually wonder, in Tsushima, do you get something like a torch, maybe, that allows you to see things? Because having a torch would be really beneficial. I wonder if there's like a merchant somewhere that sells a torch. That would be very funny if, like, I skipped over it this entire time and it was like, during mission number 1, there was a merchant that you could talk to and you could get a torch from them. DeWoopa said no torches. Damn. So this is right here. This is the Dark Souls part of the game where you have to run around in the dark. That's hilarious. Blind as a bat with sunglasses on. That is how we enjoy our exploration. I pressed the right trigger button many times. They turned off here. Yeah, that's great. But, it would be nice to see which direction that was. Is that a bear? I don't want to fight a bear. Return to the tracks. Where are they? They're somewhere around here. I don't think I went that far. There they are. Found them. Excuse me, white circle. Do you wanna do anything? No? Well, I guess not. I wish I could be out there where there's like moonlight and you can see things. Is it actually possible to fight a bear with a sword? That would be something that I find fascinating. Did it die? Damn. Predator hides. Ooh. New resource found. Okay, okay. You have a sword, you have a bear. Fuck around and find out. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That is the strategy, isn't it? Right? I will say that is one thing about Tsushima. Like, obviously, the thing that it adds to this game is obviously it gets you more immersed with kind of the true darkness that exists in the game, right? when you experience something like this, you're like, oh, okay, like this is very, very realistic to the real world. But at the same time, you kind of wish, like, man, it would be really cool if I could, kind of mess around with the day-night cycle. That would be really, really interesting. Return to the tracks. I don't even know which direction that they went. Okay. Aha. I've found you, scoundrel. At least until this path disappears into the grass. Search for the merchant. Oh, merchant. In there? Oh, God. That sounds like fun. Is there a way that I can sneaky sneaks here? There were several guys out here. Several guys nearby the fire. I do want to take out that guy over there, but I don't know if I can get behind him in time. There we go. Bye-bye. Oh, standoff time? Okay, okay. We can do this. Standoff is easy. Nicely done. Gaming. Nicely done. Okay. Need to get away from the trees. I'm stuck against the trees. Fighting in darkness is very interesting. Okay, he's dead. Is he dead too? Nice. Alright, we're gaming, chat. I actually don't know what that is that I just jumped over. Rescue. Alright. We will free you in the darkness where we can't see a darn thing.
礼などいらぬ。猛虎に加担しておると聞いたが。
奴らが約束したんです。物資を運べば家族は見逃すと。
兄は死んだぞ。お主の通行証を奪おうとしておった。
そんな。あのバカ。道理で俺が疑われたわけだ。通行証など持ってません。あれには運び手の名が彫られてるんです。
他のものは使えないのか。もう行け。また猛虎と手を組んでみろ。
その前に殺される。それより家族が気がかりですが、顔向けはできません。なんてことを。どうすればいい。
Good question. I can't answer that for you. But that's a good question. The cost of iron. Now that title makes sense. Now that side mission makes sense. Charm of advantage. Ooh, okay. Alright, alright. Let's see here. Map. We have a side mission over here. And then we have the main mission all the way down there. Nice, we can travel. That's good. And it's daytime, baby. Let's go. Okay. Do I need to go down this way? I think I do, kind of. Let's hop down, baby. You can do this. There we go. Nicely done. We are gaming. Okay, Kage, where are you? No, wrong button. Why do I always click that button in order to summon Kage? I always forget that it's the D-pad. That is true, Kage. I promise you someday it'll be a peaceful ride where we get to just stroll around the countryside, you know? Draw your blades. Let's do this, baby. Bye-bye. Archer. Bye-bye. Ow. Bye-bye. I can't do that if multiple of you are attacking me. Bye-bye. Nope. What? How am I not parrying that? Hello? There we go. I think it was maybe because I was turned around and I was facing like the opposite direction on accident, even though I was attempting to face him. Unfortunate. Okay, where is...
このまま乗っ取られるのを見てるだけだよ。
一人だけ生き残ったお方がいるよ。
どういうこと？コモダの浜で全て切り殺されたんだろう。
一人を除いてね。
それは信用できる人から聞いたの？
こんな時に嘘をついて得はない。
Interesting. Is this even where my objective is, chat? No, it's not. It's just like a random farm that's on the way. Kind of hilarious. Okay, how do I bounce down from here? Alright, nice. Hello, golden little birdie. I see you. The bird is the word. True.
本当です。ここは かつて野営でしたが、今やこの森に入った者は二度と戻りません。
戦の最中だ。人も消えよう。
ここは猛虎さえ意味嫌う森。ぜひ夜までお待ちあれ。怨霊どもがさまよっておりますので。
Whispers in the woods. Ooh, it's time for a horror segment, chat. There are ghosts and spirits.
朝には怨霊の話を聞かせずに済むようになるぞ。
心からそう願っております。
Alright. Search for spirits in the forest. Hello, spirits. How do you do? Hello, cows. I see some cows. Fortunately, none of them are ghost cows. That would be a little bit creepy if they were.
焚き火。人がおったようだ。死んだばかりだ。犯人は近いぞ。
Ooh, okay, okay. Spooky, spooky.
こっちへ行ったな。人を追い払うための仕掛けか。
This was staged to scare people away. Would ghost cows say moo or boo? Honestly, I think that might be one of the most important questions I've ever been asked in life. I do not know how to answer. Maybe they would say maboo, or maybe they would say bamoo. That would be a fascinating thing to learn about. If I ever see a ghost cow, I'm gonna ask it.
この調子なら気の済むまで森を独り占めできそうだ。ああ、今じゃ猛虎も避けるからな。侍の太刀で首を切るのは気が引けるが、この地を乗っ取るためなら我慢しなきゃな。
Clean.
どこにいる？じきにわかる。
おのれら。
Ooh. Should have killed that archer. Bye bye. Oh, I can't I forgot that, like, I have to jump off of the rocks. Decide the bandit's fate.
これで落着だ。あの男に顛末を教えてやろう。
Can I just keep chasing this guy down? Damn. Kind of brutal.
戦に勝つためだ。
Poor dude. He was like, I'm getting out of here. There's a samurai here. And I'm like, nope. And I just fucking run him down and slice and dice. I'll take some iron, sure. Free supplies, baby. Is it possible to call Kage? I can't. Interesting. I think that might be the first time in this game that I've not been able to kind of like guide my horse. Or I suppose it's more accurate to say call over my horse so that he can guide me. I don't know where the heck I'm going in this game. Of course I did. I'm the main protagonist with the plot armor.
かつて神の森を汚す悪しき族がいた。しかしその地を守る怨霊の怒りを買うことになり、堺家の生き残りが怨霊の頼みを聞いた。
そして森から族を一掃し、怨霊は成仏することができた。良き話です。怨霊が森を守るため、あなたを導いたのでしょう。
Alright, well now we have a new bedtime story to tell the children. Whispers in the Woods. Your legend grows. The Unyielding Wind. Maximum resolve increased. Hell yeah. Max HP increased as well. Heck yeah. Ooh, new ghost weapon. Okay. Black Powder Bomb. Explosive that damages and staggers nearby enemies. Hitch-covered bomb that will stick to your enemy before exploding. I think I like the Black Powder better, chat, because I feel like being able to stagger enemies is extremely beneficial. I'm gonna go ahead and take this one. Alright, nice. Charm of Dual Destruction. Interesting. Very interesting. Ranged weapon swapping. Hold LT and use the D-pad to switch between your ranged weapons. Very nice. A new gift is available. Okay, okay. Hell yeah. Ooh, and upgrades with the armor. But I wonder if it's upgrades to the samurai armor or if it's upgrades to the other armors. Because if it's not for the samurai armor, I don't think I want to take it. $100 supplies. Let's fucking go. Easy peasy. Now, where is the armorer? Who's this?
ある男が筒の浜で一人で太刀を振り回していましたよ。
生き残った民か、ただの族か。
わかりません。ですが、なぜか泣いてました。
Interesting. A crying, sword-wielding gentleman. Very fascinating indeed.
心配ない。志村様は殺されないよ。どうしてわかるの？かけがえのないお方だから、駆け引きに使うことができる。
Alright, hello armor. I am here.
鎧を仕立て直しましょうか。ああ、素材を十分にお持ちでないようですね。
500 supplies. Wow. That is expensive. That is very expensive. Okay, okay. Let's see here, chat. Wow, this side mission is very far away. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and fast travel to this area, and then we will go to the next main objective, which is way over here. Track location, please and thank you. Meet Yuna at her friend's home in southern Azamo. Okay. Kage, my good buddy. My trusty steed. I think we're going this way, right? Kind of. We need to go this way. Onwards. That is a beautiful... I think that's a sunset, if I'm not mistaken. Might be a sunrise, but it's very beautiful. Yeah, I think one of the amazing things in this game is the visual scenery. Like, just riding around in the open fields, it looks so majestic. And I really, really appreciate it. Alright, standoff time, I guess. Get some free XP from these bozos. Bye-bye. Interesting. Free supply? Sure, I'll take it. Yeah, I think the fascinating thing about the combat against the enemies that wield spears, right? The spearmen. I think the fascinating thing is that when you fight them, if you are not if you are not like kind of facing the spearmen head on, it becomes very difficult to try and kind of block or parry the attacks there. So yeah, it's a bit troublesome. A bowman this time, huh? Okay, we need to go this way, it looks like. Box Den, I found another one, it looks like. I still have not found an Inari shrine, though. At least not one that, I guess I can interact with or anything like that. Burn down logging base. Seems like the bowmen have no idea where I am, which is good.
Samurai Bursha!
Ooh, he got me. He did cut me there. Am I getting hit by arrows? Is that what's it? I might be getting hit by arrows. Oh, shit. That guy was kind of like hiding in the shadow there. I didn't even see him. Now there's 3 of them? Oh, come on. Y'all gotta chill out. Nope. Yeah, I really need to take care of that archer, honestly. Okay. Any more melee guys want to come around? There we go. Nope. One shield guy and one sword guy? Nope. Backing up. Oh, there's another archer. Okay. Bye-bye. Was nice knowing you. Not anymore. Where's the other archer coming from, chat? Wait, I see a guy. Oh shit, he's not the guy. Oh, I see him. I missed that. I thought I'd dodge that, but okay. Bye-bye. Wow, that was a good shot. Ooh, nicely done. Beautiful. Oh wow, this guy has a big sweep. I don't like that. Oh, hello you. Hiding in the shadows. Not too shabby. Not too shabby, if I do say so myself. Alright, so where the heck is, I guess, the leader, or the enemies that I need to kill in order to take over this fort? Moshi Moshi. Anyone here? Just two bozos here? Looks like it. Oh, he's literally right up there. What the heck? Hello, spear guy. Bye, spear guy. Oh wow, he's able to hit me. Okay. Oh, I have no arrows left. Let's get out into the light, shall we, chat? There we go. Good dodge, good dodge. Ooh, that's a 4 combo. Okay. I really do need to take care of that archer. He is a pain in the butt. Surely they won't see me, chat. Never mind, they do see me. This is gonna be rough. Because I do need to get up there. I need to take care of that archer. But I can't sneak around with these bozos. Okay, so there's 4 melee guys that I can see. And then I think there's like an archer up there, or there was an archer up there, and maybe he moved. I don't have any arrows with me, so I can't hit them from long range, even though I wish I could. Interesting. Can't climb that. Nicely done. Okay, so far we're avoiding the arrows. That's a good start.
Ой, өнөөхийг чи харлаа. Яг уу. Тэр яаж ингэв? Уцах замыг нь хаа? Тэр яаж ингэв?
One guy down. Not a good position to be in. I feel like this camp is endless, chat. They've got like so many different enemies that are everywhere. Not jump on that? What the heck?
Oh no! Beach bus!
Хөдлөсөн болгоомжил. Ой, өнөөхийг чи харлаа. Очиж барь, бийч бас. Авлаг буучич, юус атсан.
If I can bring them out to the water, that would be ideal. Okay, okay. Seems like they don't want to stay by the water. Yeah, unfortunately right now I'm in a state where it's like I'm super low health and I have no more heals remaining. At least temporarily. But I think on the plus side, I did take care of all the archers, so that's not bad.
Barçla! Zipsige birgt! Tische! Polaritschek! Ja! Ja!
Where's this guy running off to?
Дүжгэн юус атчихлаа. Ааван тэр зүгэр. Ой, өнөөхийг чи харлаа. Хаана вэ? Тийм ээ. kuin uhten Bosno Musamurai. En tarkkuinpäin. Veri! Atsa! Urtan tornekosi!
I don't think that actually hit him, chat. Oh shit. Interesting. I think that height was too far for me. I thought like by jumping down and by rolling, I could kind of break my fall there. Because that is one of the, you know, sort of abilities that exist. But unfortunately that height was just too tall, too high. This particular stronghold is, I think, a lot different than what I've experienced in the past, where I feel like, you know, until I complete the objectives, it seems like it will never end. It seems like the enemies will continuously spawn in. I don't know if that's actually correct or not, but it seems like it might be accurate. It's very funny that, like, the fire has, damaging effects. Because, I mean, it's accurate. It's, you know, how it's supposed to go. But, yeah, I'm quite surprised that this game, it definitely, what's it called? Definitely takes it into account. Alright, so where is this leader hiding? I think he was, like, up on a higher level, chat. Might be easier to go around the other side and try to assassinate him that way. And the thing is, I don't believe there's a way I can crawl into here. Like, kind of crawling underneath. So it'll have to be kind of a frontal attack, I suppose.
Chiharu! Huge fish бололтой.
Interesting. So he does not really pay attention unless he, I guess, gets like the yellow bar.
Chiharu! Huge fish бололтой.
Wow. Interesting. So I'm very curious there. Did that guy have what's it called? Did he have like multiple health bars, multiple lives? Because I swear I stabbed him and then like that stab, it was intended to be an assassination. I don't know if it actually counted as one, probably not. And then he, you know, basically ended up he, yeah, essentially, overpowered me.
Тэнд нэг юм байна. Тэр нэг али. Ном харагдаж байна. Юус атаа.
There's another enemy over here. Interesting. Okay, okay.
Chiharu! Болгоомжтой бай. Юу ч болсонгүй шүү. Надаа энэ дайсан хав. Chiharu!
There we go, chat. There we go. That was much easier the second time. I think we just had to, like, kind of get behind him in a, yeah, very, very dangerous position to, essentially kind of slash at him from behind. But that was a good kill right there. I'm happy with that. Give me those supplies, please, and thank you. Alright, so now... Huh. This is not yet marked as completed. Destroy the black powder cache. Now, where is that at? Oh, it's way over here. Okay. Hold to ignite. What a nice explosion that is. Ooh, nice, nice, nice. Burn down logging base. Okay. +1. Technique point earned. New techniques available. Ooh, okay, okay. I like that. 2 gold as well. I assume gold is pretty valuable in this game, but I'm not really sure what exactly to use it on just yet. Alright, chat, let's see here. I love how we have just like this silent, calm moment where we get to hang out with Kage and kind of reflect on life a little bit before, you know, before we're allowed to go on to the next objective. I did not mean to jump off of him, but oh well. Back on we go, Kage. So I think it's this way. This is the way the wind blows. Do, 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 do. Follow the river when in doubt. River Child's Wetlands. Interesting. Oh wow, Kage cannot cross this river. I mean, that's fair. It is a very powerful current. Is he able to go down? That's the question I'm wondering. So I'm not sure if he will, you know, stand tall in the water, or if it'll be a little bit too deep for him.
あなたもご加勢なさるのですか？
何のことだ？
猛虎に抗うため朝物氷に人が集まっているそうです。
さような勇ましい民がおるとは心強い。だが少し気がかりだ。様子を見てこよ
う。Very nicely done. Okay, okay.
どうかご無事で、猛虎なんかに下ってはなりません。
Alright, I think we need to go this way, it seems like. Yeah, okay. Where'd you go, Kage? There you are. Hello, Kage. 160 meters-ish to get to Yuna's.
ら暮らしたんだ。一月も。
一月も。
タカが待ってんだよ。
あいつのことはもう諦めろ。うまくいかないって。
救ってみせよ
う。
例のお侍。
酒井仁と申す。
これは失礼しました。あっしは検事。信頼と安心の当時で酒売り。
そんで島一番の山師。タカをあざも裏から助けるのに手を貸してくれるんだってさ。
あそこは猛虎だらけ。
村を乗っ取られたか。あの壁を越えるのは難儀だな。
実は酒の運び手は入れるんだよ。
バカ言うんじゃないよ。
酒を用意しろ。道すがら策を練る。
まずは一杯やりましょう。ゆっくり策を練って。
ほら行くよ。
Damn, poor Kenji got roped into something that he probably did not want to be a part of. That's really unfortunate for him. Okay. Let's see here, chat. I'm gonna go ahead. Let me take a look at let's see. Autosave 555. Yeah, that was literally like a minute ago. Okay. That's good. So it did save the game. That's really good. I think what we're gonna do, chat, is we're going to exit to the title screen for now. I honestly, it's crazy. I took a look at the time on OBS, and I was like, holy shit. It is almost 6 a.m. in my local time zone, so I've been streaming all night long. This is crazy, and I did not expect to go for this long. I probably should have quit maybe about like 3 hours ago or something, but truth be told, I was having a wonderful time playing this game. I think that this game really has the ability to get you deeply immersed and addicted to, I guess, the story, the combat, and kind of going through the different missions, whether it's the main missions or the side missions. So I really enjoyed my Tsushima gameplay today. This was day 2 of our first ever experience through this game, first ever journey. And I also had some awesome conversations with, various different people about video games, about, what else did we talk about? We talked about languages, we talked about different country, like, cultures and stuff like that. A lot of really fascinating conversations to discuss amongst each other. So I appreciated that, and it was awesome. Of course, as always, right? Massive thank you, massive shout out to Banjo the Uncle. I owe a lot to Banjo. I remember, for those of you out there who are not familiar with my channel and are not familiar with basically my connection with Banjo, so I discovered Banjo through a raid a long time ago, and I've been watching his content semi-consistently, right, depending on if it's something that I don't mind spoilers or whatever. I've been watching Banjo for quite a while now, and I remember that there have been some very rare opportunities in the past I've had to raid over to Banjo. Normally, Banjo, his streaming schedule is earlier than mine, so he ends his stream, and when I'm streaming, I'm usually still live when he ends his stream. So I don't always get the opportunity to raid over to him, but if I can raid over to him, then I absolutely try to. And Banjo has been so incredibly kind-hearted and generous, bringing his community over to me, even though he doesn't have to, even though, I'm a nobody on Twitch, and there's millions of streamers out there that Banjo could choose from, but he is just a good, kind-hearted soul, and he is willing to, support a nobody like me. I appreciate him a lot, and I hope that, his future streams are always a lot of fun, always very enjoyable for him and his community, and yeah, I can't wait until he does his next, Dark Souls 2 or Baba stream or any other game that I don't mind spoilers on, right? So yeah. Massive shout out to Banjo. Massive thank you. I'm very humbled whenever a big pro streamer like Banjo shows up and says hello. It means a lot. So anyone out there who's not following Banjo the Uncle, please do so. Please do so. It'll be 1,000,000% worth it. Yeah. Massive thank you to all the raiders, all the chatters today. Had some really cool people, talking about all sorts of different topics stop by, including some of my IRL friends, including Banjo viewers, and including people who are probably just really big enthusiasts for Ghost of Tsushima as a game. Yeah. But I think that we did a good amount today. I'm pretty happy with our progress. I'm sure that day 3 will be quite interesting because we're going to be recruiting, I think we're going to be recruiting the blacksmith who is the brother to Yuna, and he's going to be, I think, the final recruitment before we move on to Act 2 of the game. I kind of briefly mentioned this earlier when I was talking about the way that the game is set up mechanically. It seems like there are multiple different stories, different tales of Tsushima, as they call it, and each tale has like several parts to it. I think like the Lady Masako tale has like 9 different parts, and we've completed 2 of them so far. So I'm thinking that, maybe once we complete this final mission, the main mission, and we get moved on to Act 2, we can take a moment to stop, rest, and perhaps go back to those Tales of Tsushima and go through, part 2, part 3, part 4, and so on and so forth. So yeah. But for day 2, for today's stream, we have reached a good stopping point. And I hope you guys, those of you out there who enjoy Tsushima, I hope you guys really had a fun time watching me struggle really hard through this game. I'm still not someone who is even close to mastering the combat. I think that there's definitely a lot of improvements I can make, especially dodging certain attacks that I should not be getting hit by. But yeah, it's a slow learning process for me. Yeah. In any case, though, chat, I had a great time today. Let me see. I'm gonna open up Twitch here and see who the heck is live right now. Is there anyone that I can even raid? Because I don't even know if there's, people that are awake and that are sane in the North America time zone at the current moment. Probably not. Oh shoot. Okay. I can send you guys over here. That's not a bad idea. Let me see. The only reason why I'm kind of hesitating now is because I feel like going from a game like Ghost of Tsushima, right, like watching a stream of this game, to going to this particular streamer, it's quite a different genre. It's quite a different game. This streamer here is a wonderful person that I've followed for a while now, and the way that I first discovered them is long ago I was playing Dead Cells for the very first time, and I raided over to this person because they were playing Dead Cells, and I found out that this person is more or less a massive expert of the game. He has spent probably at least 1,000 hours, if not multiple thousand hours, playing Dead Cells, and he is, very familiar with the game, very comfortable with it. He's also someone that loves playing a lot of other, indie games. He plays games like Celeste. He's played Hollow Knight. What else does he play? He has played a game called Salt and Sanctuary, another game called Grime. Yeah, he plays a lot of kind of smaller indie titles, Metroidvanias, roguelikes, roguelites, all that sort of stuff. And right now, he's going through a game that is very, very bizarre, but quite fascinating at the same time. So this game, if you guys out there are familiar with the Undertale game, very infamous video game, or you're familiar with the sequel to Undertale, which is called Deltarune, this game is somewhat in a similar genre to Undertale, and it's called No Skin. So he's playing that. It's sort of a Undertale-esque video game, and it is quite wacky, quite bizarre, but also very fascinating to watch as a viewer. I don't know if I'm the type of person that would play this game myself, but it's fun to watch other people play it. So yeah, he's playing that, and I'm thinking of raiding over to him because he's essentially the one streamer that is live right now who is playing a video game that I follow. The other like two channels that I follow here who are currently live, one of them is Japanese sumo wrestling. It's like commentary and narration over Japanese sumo wrestling. And then the other channel is an adorable ferret channel where you get to see some little tiny fuzzy noodles kind of be in their little home habitat. But yeah. Let me see here. Is this streamer still going strong? He's been live for 3 hours. That's not really a crazy long amount of time. Okay. I can send you guys over here. Yeah, I can send you guys over here. Let me give this guy a shout out really quickly so that any of you out there, if you want to follow him, you can. This guy, his username is quite lengthy, and it's definitely one that you can tell, he came up with this particular username quite a long time ago and stuck with it. His name is Shockphobia9000, and it says here, a self-proclaimed degen streamer who seems to have a penchant for the macabre. Their recent broadcasts suggest a fascination with skin, doors, and mysteries. Expect plenty of death, torches, and guns. Front seat at your own risk. That's a good description. I like that description of his channel. So yeah, if you guys are interested in sort of like indie video games and you want to see a cool streamer playing indie games, definitely go check out Shock. And we'll go ahead and send him a raid today since, since I respect his gameplay and his skill and everything. So let's see here. Sub raid. Then we have raid. And then we have that. Gotta make sure I spell it properly. There we go. Perfect. Awesome. Alright, chat. What I'm going to do... Yeah, I think this is a smart idea. I'm gonna go ahead and swap over to the camera. I do apologize for the jump scare, chat. Oof, jump scare. I apologize for that. It is very unnerving to see it. I'm gonna actually go ahead and close Ghost of Tsushima because I basically found out during the beginning of today's stream that Ghost of Tsushima does not really like my PC very much. And it's quite difficult for my PC to have Ghost of Tsushima running while also having like my internet browser running and having like streams playing or having videos playing at the same time. So I'm gonna go ahead and close Tsushima, and we'll raid out from the jump scare camera scene instead. Where's my outro? Come here, outro. Wow, that loaded surprisingly quickly. Okay. Good job, YouTube. For once in a lifetime, you are not the slow one. Yeah. Chat, my lovely, beautiful chat. We are done for today. We are donezo. We have reached the conclusion. Let me grab my two mascots, basically my two children, if you will, aka capybaras, number one and number two. They are both fantastic little support animals. Um, yeah, we're gonna say farewell for today. I had a blast today. How long have we been live for? Like 8 hours? Holy moly, 8 hours is way too long. Crazy amount of time. Yeah, we've been live for 8 hours. We've played Tsushima. We've yapped about all sorts of different topics. And we had a lot of fun. And you know, again, massive thank you to Banjo, massive thank you to all the chatters, all the lurkers, all the people out there. You guys are awesome. Um, hope you guys had a fun time. Hope you guys were able to chill and relax a little bit. And yeah. For those of you out there who may be interested in, you know, my continuation of Ghost of Tsushima, I will be doing day 3 at some point in the very near future. Um, one thing that I did want to chat about, and I wanted to share this with you guys, just as a notification before I disappear. So I was thinking of potentially streaming on Monday, which is today because it's 6 a.m. in the morning. But you know, I may end up changing that decision and I may stream on Tuesday instead. The reason why is because one of the games that I play kind of in my free time offline, one of those games has a sort of, I guess we'll call it an event that is ending tomorrow night. And the requirement for this event is that you have to run around the game world and you have to explore a whole ton. So I may end up potentially spending a lot of time grinding that game and attempting to finish the event before it disappears, before the rewards go away. So there is a chance that I will not go live on Monday, and instead I will go live on Tuesday for day 3 of Ghost of Tsushima. Whatever ends up happening, you know, for those of you who do want to stay notified and keep up to date, I will very likely, you know, if I do have to change my streaming day from Monday to Tuesday, I will upload a Twitch stories and I'll say, hey guys, no stream today, parentheses Monday, and then I'll say stream tomorrow on Tuesday instead. But if I don't upload anything on Twitch stories, then you can probably expect to see me go live on Monday. So yeah. And then what else was I gonna say? I was gonna say something important. At least in my head, it was important. Um, yeah. That was it. I remember. For those of you out there who are new to my channel, who've never seen me before, and you know, for whatever, you know, wonderful reason that I very much appreciate, if you want to keep up with my content, keep up with my streams and whatnot, my schedule is normally Friday, Saturday, and Sunday of each week. Typically during the like afternoon or evening hours of Pacific Standard Time Zone. So what I try to do is the very latest that I go live is roughly about maybe 8 p.m. or 9 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. If I can go live earlier than that, I absolutely take that opportunity, but it's not super common. It's not very consistent. So yeah. But the reason why I am thinking of doing a stream on either Monday or Tuesday of this, you know, upcoming week is because yesterday on Saturday I did not stream. I was actually spending time with a dear friend of mine celebrating their birthday, so I did not stream the entire day yesterday. And this is sort of a way for me to make up that lost stream. So yeah. But in any case, chat, that's going to be it for me. I'm going to go ahead and say my farewells to all of you, and then I'll start up the outro song, and after the outro song ends, we will, you know, get that raid automatically going, and you guys will be sent over to Shock's channel. So to everyone out there, whether you were watching the stream, you currently are watching the stream, or you will be watching the VOD in the future, thank you guys so much. I appreciate you guys a lot, a lot, a lot, a lot. I would not exist without any of you. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Please, everyone out there, stay safe, stay happy, stay healthy, eat lots of yummy, delicious food. Make sure you guys drink plenty of water. Always, always, always stay hydrated. Bottom line, take care of yourselves, right? Stay comfy, stay cozy, and I will see you guys either in like less than 24 hours, you know, on Monday, or on Tuesday for a brand new Ghost of Tsushima stream. So yeah, yeah. But for now, peace out. Good night, chat. I'm gonna swap over to the ending screen and start up the outro song now. So yeah, farewell, and keep it chill, keep it classy, guys. I will talk to you later. Bye bye, everyone. Say bye to the capybaras. They love you too. Both of these bozos, these knobheads. They love you. All right. Bye, chat.
大丈夫優しい言葉寂しい